Check, check, test, Zoom test, test. Agas. Check, check, test, audio test. Check, check, check. Ay, ay na tiyo.
Hello. Good morning. अगाडि अगाडि बसिदिनु होला प्लिज. यहाँ चेयर्सहरु खाली छ. पछाडि बसिराख्नु भएको मान्छेहरु अगाडि आइदिनु होला प्लिज. अगाडि बस्नुस्. You can open your laptop and do things. आउनुस् न. अलि अगाडि अगाडि आइदिनुस्. यहाँ अगाडि टन्नै खाली छ. Good morning, everyone. Warm welcome to you all on the 8th edition of npNOG. We recently completed a 5-day workshop in 3 different tracks, attended by over 120 participants. We have almost 200 delegates registered so far, and most of the delegates are from Nepal and from various cities around Nepal. And then we also have trainers and delegates from neighboring countries and other and abroad. So my apologies for delaying the delay caused here, but I think we can start now. If we don't, then it will be problematic to finish our first session. So in the morning session, let me start the morning session by a welcome note by Mr. Rupesh Shrestha, MD of npIX. He's also CEO of Colors, a prominent call center in Nepal. He has been in ISP industry for over 2 decades. So, Rupesh, please deliver your welcome note on behalf of npIX. Thank you.
Thank you, Indivar, and thank you for mentioning 2 decades. I look very old now. Okay, just in case some of you do not know me, my name is Rupesh Shrestha. I'm Managing Director of npIX. As Indivar also mentioned, I have a brief presentation after this welcome note about npIX for those who do not know what npIX is or what it does and what impact it has made. So I have a brief presentation on that as well. Let me start by, before I welcome, let me start by just mentioning on the npNOG. The npNOG started as an initiative from Internet Exchange Nepal, npIX, as its training and engagement and community development program. And over the years, now I'm very happy to see that it has reached to an 8th edition now. And it would not have been possible without engagement of a lot of volunteers. जति हामीले यहाँ npNOG मा देखिरहेका छौं, participants-हरु, trainers-हरु, trainees-हरु, all working as a volunteers. So so without their effort, this would not have been possible. Thank you very much to all the volunteers and organizers who have made this possible and taken this npNOG8 to npNOG to the 8th edition. npNOG को कुरा गर्दाखेरि हामीले basically दुईटा पार्टमा npNOG हुने गर्छ. एउटा चाहिँ workshop part हुन्छ, अर्को चाहिँ conference हुन्छ. Workshop, we recently had 5 days of workshop on 3 different tracks, as Indivar also mentioned, and participate hugely popular and participated by a lot of people. So far, your 8th edition sama aipugdakheri, I'm very glad and I'm very happy to say that we've almost reached 1,000 figure. That's basically 1,000 participants that we've trained so far, and it's a proud moment for us. So your 8th npNOG sama aउँदाखेरि र हामीले धेरै ट्र्याक्सहरुमा ट्रेनिङ गर्यौं. त्यो 1000 जनाले maybe अर्को 10,000 जनालाई ट्रेन गर्ला. So maybe a couple of years we'll train maybe 5,000, 10,000 people. So this journey will go on, and I'm happy, and I would also like to invite you all to be part of this initiative of npNOG. npNOG is a very open platform, open forum, so you're all welcome to join that. As I said, npNOG गर्दाखेरि धेरै कुराहरु हुन्छ. I'm sorry, I'm mixing Nepali as well as English so that I can balance the audience over here. npNOG को कुरा गर्दै गर्दाखेरि हामीले ट्रेनिङ को लागि npIX बाट हामीले fellowship programs-हरु रन गरेका छौं, which I'll brief in the later presentation as well. So fellowship committee भनेर पनि npNOG मा छ, headed by Kijus Maharjan, and then the team of fellowship committee. त्यसबाट हामीले npIX ले पनि support गरेका छौं. यसपालि Flex Optics has supported the fellowship program. So we encourage people to participate and get trained over the period. Also, on the conference part, as a whole day, there are a lot of good presentations lined up, and it's a lot of efforts being put up by the program committee for bringing together a good number of presentations and good quality presentations. The program committee is led by Ramkrishna and then Dibya, and then a whole bunch of program committee people. With this, now I would like to welcome all the participants, all the organizers, all the sponsors, and all the speakers and instructors. You charoda khamba, the 4 pillars of this NOG setup. So participants, organizers, sponsors, and speakers and instructors. These are the 4 pillars of npNOG. And this constitutes the npNOG Koyo conference, your workshop. And I welcome all of you to this npNOG8. We have, as Indivar also said, we have instructors and speakers from various countries as well. We have speakers and instructors from Australia, India, Sri Lanka, Japan, and where else? Bhutan. So it's a good participation from. We also have a very good participation from Nepal. Probably people will start to come in. We have around 200 people registered. So I hope that a lot of people will start to come in during the daytime also. With this, I welcome you all to npNOG8 and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rupesh. Due to scheduling conflict, because Nepal Digital Conclave and CNI conference are happening, our chief guest might be arriving late. So we are trying to rearrange the morning session so that our program can accommodate his delay. So there will be slight changes to the published program. Next, I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Samit Jana. He's Group CTO of Whirling. He's Board of Director of npIX. He's President of npNOG. He does have a lot of other credentials, and he'll be delivering a presentation on Nepal's internet landscape. Welcome, Samit.
All good. Thank you, Endeavor. Thank you for the introduction. So basically, so our chief guest, Mr. Purushottam Khanal, he's delayed, so he's probably on the way. So Endeavor has already mentioned that we are slightly changing our program schedule here. Basically, I was supposed to give a welcome remarks, but I will do that when our chief guest comes. So that's why I want to start with a brief update about Nepal's internet landscape, how the infrastructure look like at the moment from an ISP perspective. Before I go into that, I just also quickly like to go through about npNOG, right? So yes, so npNOG, Nepal Network Operator Groups, we established this organization, discussion forum between the community of network operators in Nepal. So we established at 2016. And we do a program twice in a year. So one program, we do it in Kathmandu. It's a large conference like we are doing today for npNOG 8th edition. And another program, we do it outside Valley. So we try to ensure that those who cannot travel to Kathmandu, or so they can also get an opportunity to collaborate and get some hands-on training provided by npIX and npNOG 8. So that's the reason we do it twice in a year. And the total so far we have done 7, and this is the 8th edition of npNOG. And our format is, as Rupesh has already mentioned, we try to do 3 to 5 days workshop in every 3 tracks. Sometimes we do 4, sometimes we do 5, based on our availability of trainer, content, and space availability, and of course funding availability, right? So we decide on that. But nevertheless, whether we do 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, or 2 track, 1 track, or 5 track, it's always full house. It's always the response from the community is overwhelming. So thank you so much for that. So we tentatively take around 30 to 35 participants in one workshop, but sometimes we tend to take more participants because there is too much of registration and too much of demand. So even in this workshop we did this time, in one workshop we have arranged for 66, and I think it's around 46 or 47, right? Participants in that workshop. So it's very, very popular. So we also provide fellowship. So those who cannot afford to come here or pay for the registration, we provide fellowship, and npIX and PCH, and this time Flex Optics has a sponsor for the fellowship. And yes, we try to do 1-day conference, and average participation is always roughly between 250 or sometimes 300. So average, you can say 250. So we have our website, so npNOG.org.np. We also have an email, info@npNOG.org.np. Then we also operate mailing list, and we also operate Facebook, but we have very, very less traffic. So I suggest that everybody please subscribe to the mailing list and start discussing our operational challenges out there also. It will be interesting. Then, so this is all pictures of the npNOG community, right? So me, myself, Samit, I act as a president since 2016. Ramkrishna Pariyar, Subishu, from Subishu, he's a VP. Can you introduce? Yes, introduce. And we have Kavindra's sister from PCH as General Secretary. Where is Kavindra? Oh, he's not here. Okay. Then we have Kijus Marzan as Secretary. Kijus, where are you? He's also lost. Okay. And then Uttam's sister Rana, he's our treasurer and he is currently in UK. Uttam Erira Olai. So thank you, Uttam. And then we have a lot of other program committee, Dibya, Chatur, Kansham, Indivar, Rupesh Basnet, Vikas Shrestha, Nirajan Parajuli, Milan, Puneet, and Puneet. Then we have advisor, right? So Gaurav Raj Upadhyay, who is in the US, now working for Amazon Prime. Then Rupesh Shrestha, of course, MD of npIX, and Binay Bora, Honorable Binay Bora from Bionet, and Deepak Shrestha. So our Deepak Bhai, who is also an opening keynote speaker today. So the impact, right? So I think it's very important to talk about impact of npNOG. So these are the five different areas where we see we have created an impact, right? So in terms of capacity development, we have till date 738 participants trained. Rupesh says 1,000, but I counted, it's not. It's 738, right? So already trained. So we are trying our best to develop a capacity within the country. Then we also provide fellowship. Yeah, tentatively we have provided fellowship to around 46 fellow. Then yes, we do a knowledge sharing, like we say. So there are a lot of speakers who comes here and share their operational experience, present their papers about technology, operational challenges, so on and so forth. So we have total 89 papers already presented, right? So that is a part of a knowledge sharing. Then yes, the most important part of the npNOG is collaboration and networking, right? So till date, we have 1,650 participants in npNOG. So you can see that there will be a collaboration at least between them. Then yes, so after operating this hands-on workshop and the conference, as a result, I believe that we are able to do a better infrastructure management in Nepal, right? So, and that's the reason in Nepal, we are able to provide affordable internet, reliable and high-speed internet, and improve quality, right? Along with the increasing adoption of IPv6, right? It used to be really poor, but now the adoption is really increasing. And I believe that this is all because of the effort put in by npNOG8 throughout our journey. Then yes, well, of course, we do not get into policy advocacy, but yes, our members get actively engaged in the policies, and NTA is very, very active to take our opinions and our feedback and our suggestion, and sometimes our npNOG committee also closely work with NTA in policy formulation. So this is the impact I believe npNOG has done so far. Okay, so now back to the main agenda. Yes, how does the broadband internet landscape is in Nepal, right? So yeah, basically, okay, so I would like to start with how the digital infrastructure sector look like in Nepal at the moment. So yes, so we have at the moment 124 licensed ISP in Nepal, and out of that, around 45 is active. Then we have around 22 licensed NSPs, but out of them, around 10 is active. Then we also have 6 licensed mobile operators, and 2 are active. Then we also have around 300 plus cable TV operators, maybe roughly. Maybe it's not accurate, but 50s would be active as on date. Then we also have data centers, right? So 6 commercial data center known as on date. Of course, there are a few private data centers as well, and 1 internet exchange, npIX. So to talk about the subscribers, right? So we roughly have around 38 million mobile subscriber, broadband subscriber today, and around 2.5 million fixed broadband users. Then we have 2.3 million FTTH connection and around 600K IPTV subscribers. Then we roughly estimate that around 40,000 fixed wireless connection, fixed wireless broadband is also there, FWA. And to talk about digital television, we estimate around 2.7 million subscribers are still there. And we also believe that around 10K analog cable modem users are also there. Then to talk about traffic, we see around 1.8 terabits of total international traffic that comes to Nepal. And within Nepal, we see around, now it is reaching close to 10 terabits of traffic. ISPs are mainly focused on building the optical FTTH network. And the major driver of of internet traffic in Nepal is fixed broadband. Right? FTTH is the driving the internet traffic in Nepal. So just to give you a brief overview how the digital infrastructure been created in Nepal over the last 1994 till date, right? So in 1994, we started the services in Nepal with the store and forward email services in 1994. Then in 1995, internet services been launched, and the operator who launched the service used to have 64 kbps of lease line as a backbone. Then 1996, the VSAT came in, and the ISPs started to provide dial-up internet service and using a VSAT backbone. Then in 1997, the first Indo-Nepal optical backbone was created, but it was not used for the internet until 2000, until maybe 2006, 2007. Yeah. So then in 1998, after the private ISP started the internet service using dial-up, Akamai was the first cache node that's being hosted in Nepal in 1998. So Akamai is in Nepal from very, very long time. Then in 2000, finally, Nepal Telecom started the internet service. And then from 2001 to 2006, all the private ISPs, they experimented with various access technologies, right? So mostly they started with wireless, cable, Ethernet based internet service were provided at that time. So there was no fixed standard technology was adopted by ISPs during that time. Then in 2007, there was a Indo-Nepal first internet connectivity established by private operator, and the internet start flowing from fiber optic with connectivity with India. Then also ADSL was launched by Nepal Telecom at that time during 2007, 2008. Then finally in 2011, the first in Nepal and China optical fiber was established. Google also came around same time, and it was installed in Nepal Telecom facility at that time, and Nepal Telecom was really generous enough to share the traffic to all the ISPs free of cost at that time. So thank you, Nepal Telecom, for doing that. Yes, in 2011, we also saw first commercial data center came into operation. Then yes, so finally the 2013 first ISPs, I think it's Bionet Communication who launched the fiber to the home service in 2013 commercially. Of course, a lot of other ISPs also did the experimentation, but Bionet is the one who commercially launched the FTTH service. Then in 2017, finally, 4G was launched by Nepal Telecom and Ncell. So to talk about how Nepal is connected through internet backbone side, so these are the red marked are the potential cross-border point of Nepal between India and China. Of course, there are plenty others, but these are predominantly primarily the major ones, right? And the one that has names are the one that carries the internet traffic, right? There are other locations where the interconnectivity is still there, but the one with the names has the carries the most of the traffic. And you see that most of the traffic most of the traffic in Nepal, it comes from Bhairava. It's because the infrastructure out there is robust, stable, and the latency to all the destinations from Nepal to the world is the lowest from Bhairava. So all the operators prefers to send all the traffic from Bhairava exit. Yes, from Bhairava, there are many operators that we connect with India. So Airtel is there from very, very long time. Tata is there from very, very long time. Recently, Lightstrom has also come, and Vodafone and Jio also has the interconnection. Then on the China side, the China Telecom has the connectivity from a very, very long time, but not much of traffic being exchanged from that border because of the poor infrastructure. And now recently, China Unicom is also coming into action to have a cross-border connectivity. Right, so then yes, so there was a little bit of traffic that comes from Dalkevar, Biratnagar, or Bidgans, but those are predominantly used mostly for backup and and send the traffic to India so that the operator do not need to build a backbone all the way from Kathmandu to those sites. So that's the reason that's those cross-border points being used. So now to talk about Syrian caches in Nepal, so we have these caches today operating in Nepal: Akamai, Google, Meta, ByteDance, Netflix, Tencent, Cloudflare, then Wangshu and Gcore Labs. So these are the Syrian caches that are available in Nepal. Yes, not all the caches are available with all operators, but these are the caches that are at present in Nepal. To talk about IPv6 adoption, yes, it is gradually growing. So roughly we see it around 38%, 62% of, I think I missed it, right? So this IPv4 is 30%, it's not that, right? It's IPv6 is 38% and IPv4 is 62%. So that's what we see from the ethnic stat at the moment. And this is interesting. So some of the ISPs has already capability of 78% users that use IPv6, and roughly they see around 50% of traffic comes from IPv6 and 50% IPv4. So this is also one of the reasons all the ISPs and telco need to move to IPLC as soon as possible, because 50% of traffic is already there and we see it. So now I'd like to quickly go about, so density, population density in a household where ISPs are building in Nepal. You see that most of the household density are towards, either in Kathmandu Valley or towards Pokhara and towards Bitgans, right? So, and all the plain belts. So you see towards India side, the most of the households are present. And this shows about population density. So it is a little bit synchronized with the household, but you see that in this map, there are household towards the China side, but you see that population is mostly centered in Kathmandu. The people has a household there, but they all come to the city and work. So the population density and household density a little bit doesn't match, but what it is uniform is most of the population and household lies towards India side. Towards Tarai, we call it plains, because the other side is China. It's very difficult geography out there. It's hills and mountains. So this is how currently the optical fiber network look like in Nepal. So it also sync with the household and population density. So it's pretty much homogeneous. To talk about internet traffic profile, yeah, Nepali citizens, they spend a lot of money for the internet to use ByteDance, Facebook, and Google services, right? So ByteDance is almost 18.6% of traffic, right? And Facebook 19.6%, and Google 20%. So these are all equal now, right? So they spend Nepali citizens spend a lot of time in TikTok and Facebooking and YouTubing. So then, yes, then all the other traffic is there coming from CDNs. So Akamai contributes 8.2%. Then we have Amazon traffic also. Then Apple, Tencent, Cloudflare, Netflix, so on and so forth. So, but this traffic profile says that 90% of the traffic comes from content delivery network, and more than 70% comes from Google. 75% of them come from Google, Facebook, and ByteDance combined. To see country-wise breakdown, right? So you see that most of the traffic from Nepal comes from Singapore. It's around 31%. Then the US, it's around roughly 29%. Then Hong Kong, 11%. Netherlands, 11%. India, very few, 6.4%. And Ireland, France, Malaysia, and so on and so forth. This is not relevant, but I just wanted to put it because our honorable chairman will be there. So I just wanted to highlight this, but since he's not there, it's fine. So we are one of the cheapest, we provided one of the cheapest broadband in the world. And this cable.co.uk portal, they provides a very, very good interactive map to show the speed prices of the broadband. And they rank Nepal broadband is 8th cheapest in the world. So we rank on 8th. So thanks to all the ISPs for their hard work and efforts, right? We were able to provide the cheapest internet in the world. But people tend to say it is expensive. It is not because internet expensive, it's because our economy is poor, right? So our purchasing power of the people is poor. That's why it's expensive. Otherwise, it is cheapest in the world. So now to talk about penetration as per npMIS. So yes, so the growth is there in both front, mobile internet and fixed internet. But mobile internet penetration a little bit showing a dip. So because it's already has reached into saturation position, saturation stage. But yes, but there is a very good potential for a fixed broadband. So the penetration is roughly reaching 40%. And this is also very, very highest in South Asia region. And this is thanks to all the ISPs and thanks to right of way, all the ISPs are allowed to pull the cables and make the city dirty at the same time, increase the broadband penetration in Nepal. So this basically graph shows the demand of data in fixed broadband, right? So in 2075, this is Nepali year. So 2075 is 5 years ago, we used to see around 2 Mbps of traffic per user, per home, we used to see. This has gradually increased. Now today we see around 3.5 Mbps of traffic every home. So that's all I have today. Thank you so much. And thank you for listening. If you have any question, I can talk now. Any question? I think we have time for questions. No question. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sumit. It was an insightful and interesting journey, insightful presentation. So there are lots of very interesting stats. I believe there will be lots of questions for Sumit. So I request, as we do in NOG, it's an event where we promote meeting your peers and discussing your ideas, issues, or whatever that you have. Please do that. And during tea breaks and other social events, I request you to, if you have any questions, if you don't have time to do that now, you can do that later. So thank you, Sumit. Next, I'd like to call up on stage Mr. Yoshinobu Matsuzaki, or we lovingly call him Maz. He's the senior engineer at Internet Initiative Japan. He has been a very long-time friend of our community from Apricot, SANOG, npNOG, and many other regional NOGs like BTNOG and all that. So he's also EC in APNIC. So he'll be delivering his presentation on community-based transfer and development of network operating technologies. A big round of applause to Maz. Yeah, sure. Try to connect this. If it works, then
Okay.
Okay, I think it's something happening.
Yep. Cool. Namaste. Mero namu Matsuzaki or Mazu. Agile mode Melo understand Brastuta Garunechu. That's all. So now change to English. So community-based transfer and the development of network operational technology. This is the title of my doctoral research. Actually, in March 2022, in recognition of the achievement of this research, I received my PhD. So this picture was taken when I hand over to my doctoral dissertation to my professor. At that time, the professor was working in a server room in a university. So we took our memorial photo in the server room. So I like this photo because it looks very much like us. So network operational technologies are very important for the stable operation of the internet. There are many studies on technology transfer, but since the internet is changing quickly, as we know. So existing method may not always be applicable, and some other method may be needed. I have been involved in BDNOG in Bangladesh since the early days, and have decided to make this as my research. My hypothesis is that an active NOG contributes to the improvement of network operation technologies. This may be something obvious to NOG organizers, or maybe that's a reason to have a NOG, right? But as a research, it needs to be done carefully. So BDNOG was established in 2014. In the past, SANOG was almost the only opportunity to run practical internet operations in Bangladesh. When SANOG was first held in Bangladesh, all the workshop instructors were foreigners. There was no one in Bangladesh who could lead the workshop, and they relied on foreign instructors. At that time, there were few opportunities to run network operations in Bangladesh, and the SANOG meetings were not held frequent enough, right? Human resource mobility has also been a major challenge for companies. The best engineers move to other companies or out of the country. It's a common, right? It was difficult for ISPs and the other organizations to maintain their technical capacities. This shows that technology transfer for individuals or companies is not a good solution for that. Rigid operations were another issue that needed to be addressed. It's not possible to change an operation designed by a senior employee, senior engineer who has a vendor certificate like a CCIE. He's a boss. So even you have some idea to make things better, but you cannot change. This is not a good for an ever-changing internet operation. It would prevent the adoption of new technologies and PCPs, the best current practices, right? So it was difficult for companies or ISPs to solve these issues listed so far by their own. So I wondered if the community, in this case, a NOG, could be a solution to the issues. So there are many studies in the area with technology transfer. One thing I'd like to mention is the research on the communities of practice. So many nodes can be considered as a community of practice. And community of practice can share knowledge within the community. So a NOG can be a knowledge receiver by itself. There are many other studies on knowledge transfer and learnings. So let us consider NOG as a target for technology transfer. For a company, a NOG is an external community. So therefore, it creates a knowledge loop that is independent of internal knowledge transfer activities. It could also be considered as a larger talent pool. You can help other community members away from your company's interest. Also, if you change jobs and leave the country, you can still be a member of the community and contribute to its activities. So this is a different situation than before, when we were just losing our talented people. It can also be used as a source of knowledge in the nearby area. Easy to consult, right? And quicker to bring changes in your own respective organization. Here's how it's illustrated. Simply put, the model is that the community supports knowledge transfer to the ISP, the network operators. In addition, we can expect to resolve operational issues that are unique to the region, not just knowledge transfer. So the NOG receives and maintain and improve the knowledge brought in from other community, right? Like a foreign instructor, right? So thus, proficient community can be expected to further transfer its knowledge to other communities. So I examined several indicators of BCP adoption. The first one is IRR database. This shows a change over time in how well objects, like a route object, are registered in IRR's database. Bangladesh is good. Nepal is actually very good too. Congratulations. And Australia, Singapore, and the Philippines have also improved in recent years. Manners is expected practices for common ISPs. I have plotted the status of this adoption in the graph as it's published in the Manners website. It's good in general, but as for anti-IP spoofing, it's an area that needs to be addressed in the future, as it's not yet well implemented in the AP region. So we need to address in the future. So, but generally it's good. Through BDNOG's activity, educational opportunities have increased in Bangladesh. And now local instructors are able to teach other community members. And that happened in Nepal as well, though. This also allows them to provide learning opportunities for community members who are not fluent in English. Because we have a language barrier sometimes, and it's sometimes difficult to learn new technologies in other languages. npNOG has a community trainer program, and Bangladesh is very actively involved. That's good. Thank you for that. So this is my suggestion for the future. Please be sure to check all materials used in the workshop for updates. That could be, yes. And if you are using that old material, maybe you are part of the legit operation. We need to keep it up to date. There could be some unique local issues. So please look for a standard solution as a community while keeping the global perspective. And I think this is the most important, be active and enjoy working together. So this is my quick one, but this is a side note, but network operations are very scientific in their approach. If the operation is not based on reason or fact and seems to be random, it is simply making the network unstable. So should be improved. We usually observe the network, monitor networks, and take action based on the available information, right? Sometimes new threat coming to the world, or sometimes we need to upgrade our network based on the trend, right? If we add an academic approach to this, it can be a study or research. So if you want to take get your PhD, Yes, you have a chance. So, conclusion. npNOG in Nepal plays a key role in improving internet operations in Nepal. So I'm very happy that you all here and that the npNOG8 is being held successfully. And I want to congratulate you. Let's continue to work together to improve our internet operations. That's all. Thank you very much. Dhanabad. Yep. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Maz. Quite an interesting sets of stats and his study into the regional communities, how they evolve and all. So Maz has been with us for, in the evolution of all these things. So he also highlighted the importance of NOGs and how knowledge transfer and the participants today becoming trainers tomorrow and all that. So thank you, Maz. If you have any questions to him or if you want to discuss something, he'll be here, and I suggest you utilize his time and have a discussion with him. Next on, there's also a slight of change with our scheduled program today. I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Pankaj Kumar Thakur. He is CISO of Green Tech Nepal Private Limited. He's a security expert with experience on HackerOne, and his topic is AV evasion and XDR advancement breaking through cyber defenses. So welcome in.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pankaj, and I'm honored to have opportunity to speak in front of you all. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to thank conference organizer, host, desk for giving this opportunity. Introducing myself, I am from Green Tech Nepal Private Limited as a Chief Information Security Officer. Regarding my professional certifications, I have done Certified Ethical Hacker Master and RTLO Level 3. Regarding my work experiences, it's been nearly 8 years focusing on cybersecurity R&D, and also found 30 plus CVEs on top tech giant companies like Cisco, Trend Micro, and so on. So let's go with our presentations. So our topic is AV evasion and XDR advancement breaking through cyber defenses. So these are the contents which we will be discussing today. So हामीले चाहिँ माने पनि नमाने पनि we have to accept the fact that in today's fast-paced and ever-evolving digital landscape, the threats to our security are becoming more complex and sophisticated. हाम्रो जति पनि traditional antivirusesहरू छ, त्यो चाहिँ like it's not enough to protect against our latest threats. अब attackerहरू जति पनि हुन्छ, attackerहरू are finding new ways to bypass the AVs or XDR each and every single day. For example, हामीले GitHub तिर हेर्यो भने चाहिँ अथवा कुनै फोरम तिर हेर्यो भने चाहिँ त्यहाँ हामीले अब like XDR कसरी bypass गर्ने, AV कसरी bypass गर्ने भनेर tons of scriptsहरू हुन्छ. भनेपछि अब attackers are finding new ways like new CVEs each and every day for bypassing like top AVs and XDRs. So आज हामी चाहिँ यो प्रेजेन्टेसनमा के डिस्कस गर्छौं भन्दाखेरि what is traditional AV, problem with traditional AV, what XDR is, problem with XDR, how to bypass AD and XDR, bypass memory protection technique, and how to protect from the bypasses practically. And last one, we will take some demo for 2 minutes. सो अघिदेखि मैले चाहिँ लाइक एउटा टर्म युज गरिरहेको थियो ट्रेडिसनल एभी भनेर चाहिँ सो ट्रेडिसनल एभी भनेको चाहिँ के भन्दाखेरि सो हामीले कुनै पनि पिसी अथवा ल्यापटप किन्दाखेरि त्यहाँ प्रि इन्स्टल्ड कुनै एन्टिभाइरस हुन्छ अथवा हामी स्क्यानिङको लागि इन्टरनेटबाट चाहिँ कुनै एन्टिभाइरस अब इन्स्टल हान्छौँ त्यो चाहिँ अब तपाईँको ट्रेडिसनल एभी भयो अब यसको मेन अब ट्रेडिसनल एभीको प्रब्लम्सहरू चाहिँ धेरै नै छ तर लेट्स फिगर आउट एनी 4 पहिला चाहिँ के हो भन्दाखेरि all traditional AVs antiviruses uses signature based detection. And see, for example, कस्तो भन्दाखेरि अब तपाईको पीसीमा अब like threat has been detected भनेर जुन आउँछ लाइक पपअप आउँछ त्यसको रिजन चाहिँ कस्तो हुन्छ त्यसको ब्याकग्राउन्ड हेर्दाखेरि कस्तो हुन्छ अब ट्रेडिसनल एभीमा चाहिँ लाइक सिग्नेचरको डेटाबेसेसहरू हुन्छ फर एक्जाम्पल अब तपाईको पीसीमा अब कुनै एउटा थ्रेट आएको छ भने चाहिँ अब कस्तो हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि त्यो जुन नोन थ्रेट हुन्छ त्यसको सिग्नेचर अनि त्यो एन्टिभाइरसको जुन डेटाबेसमा जुन सिग्नेचर छ त्यो चाहिँ म्याच हुन्छ म्याच भइसकेपछि तपाईको थ्रेट्स हेज बिन फाउन्ड भनेर चाहिँ आउँछ अब एट्याकर्सहरूले पनि अब लाइक सिम्पल म्यानिपुलेसन गरेर लाइक यो ट्रेडिसनल एभिजहरू चाहिँ बाइपास गर्न मिल्छ फर एक्जाम्पल अब जुन नोन थ्रेट्सहरू छ त्यसलाई पनि लाइक रिभर्स इन्जिनियरिङ गरेर अब फर एक्जाम्पल बेस 64 लाई हेक्सलाई बेस 64 मा कन्भर्ट हानिसकेपछि तपाईको त्यो ट्रेडिसनल एभी चाहिँ अटोमेटिकली बाइपास हुन्छ अर्को हाम्रो मेन प्रब्लम विथ ट्रेडिसनल एन्टिभाइरस इज के भन्दाखेरि लाइक ट्रेडिसनल एभीले चाहिँ फाइललेस एन्ड जुन मालवेयरहरू हुन्छ त्यो चाहिँ स्क्यान डिटेक्ट हान्नै सक्दैन फाइललेस मालवेयर भन्न कस्तो भन्दाखेरि यो फाइललेस मालवेयर चाहिँ तपाईँको डिस्कमा सेभै हुँदैन फर एक्जाम्पल हामीले एन्टिभाइरस ओपन गरेर हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यहाँ हाम्रो कन्टिन्युसली अब स्क्यानिङ जस्तो त्यहाँ कस्टम स्क्यान हुन्छ क्विक स्क्यान भन्ने हुन्छ तर अब त्यहाँ अझ त्यहाँ हामीले डिकडाउन हेर्दाखेरि त्यहाँ चाहिँ अब ड्राइभ सी ड्राइभ डी ड्राइभ ई स्क्यान हान्न भनेर उत्यो हुन्छ तर खासमा अब यिनीहरूले डिस्क बेस मात्र स्क्यानिङ गर्छ यिनीहरूले मेमोरी बेस चाहिँ स्क्यानिङ चाहिँ गरेर हुँदैन त्यो फाइललेस मालवेयर जति पनि हुन्छ त्यो सिधै मेमोरीमा एट्याक हुन्छ भनेपछि तपाईँको मेमोरी प्रोटेक्सन नै छैन भने चाहिँ तपाईँको एभी अटोमेटिकली लाइक बाइपास हुने भयो अर्को मेन अब हाम्रो मेन अर्को प्रब्लम भनेको चाहिँ लाइक कुनै पनि 0 डेज आएको छ भनेपछि लाइक हाम्रो ट्रेडिसनल एभिजले चाहिँ डिटेक्टै गर्दैन फर एक्जाम्पल कुनै एउटा भेन्डर भनौँ डिफेन्डर समथिङ अभास्ट कुनै एन्टिभाइरस भनौँ त्यसको कुनै 0 डेजहरू आयो भनेपछि त्यो कुनै अब त्यसको प्याच आज आउला तर त्यसको सिग्नेचर अपडेट हुन 6 देखि अब भनौँ न 1 विक 2 विक 3 विक लाग्न सक्ला त्यति बेलासम्म चाहिँ कस्तो हुन्छ एट्याकरले चाहिँ त्यो पीसीमा अब कुनै मालवेयर इन्स्टल गरेर त्यहाँ अरू बाइनरीहरुमा चाहिँ हुक हानिसकेको हुन्छ भनेपछि तपाईले पछि अब त्यो एट्याकरले चाहिँ अब त्यहाँ अब एक्सडीआर हाले पनि ईडीआर हाले पनि कुनै एन्टिभाइरस हाले पनि डिटेक्ट हुँदैन सो हाम्रो नेक्स्ट टपिक इज एक्सडीआर सो एक्सडीआर भनेको चाहिँ हाम्रो एक्सटेन्डेड डिटेक्सन एन्ड रिस्पोन्स यो चाहिँ एडभान्समेन्ट अब एडभान्समेन्ट अफ हाम्रो ट्रेडिसनल एन्टिभाइरसेस अब यो चाहिँ किन एडभान्समेन्ट भयो भन्दाखेरि यसमा मल्टिपल इन्टिग्रेसन्सहरू हुन्छ फर एक्जाम्पल अब एक्सडीआरको लाइक हामी बेसिकमा मात्र फोकस गरौँ मैले फेरि अब यसमा हाम्रो मल्टिपल थर्ड पार्टी इन्टिग्रेसन्सहरू पनि हुन्छ थर्ड पार्टी इन्टिग्रेसन्सहरू पनि भएको हुन्छ फर एक्जाम्पल एज अ एट्याकर कोही भिक्टिमले चाहिँ एउटा फाइल पठायो मालवेयर बेस्ड उसले चाहिँ भाइरस टोटलमा अपलोड गरिदियो भनेपछि अब उसले भाइरस टोटलमा अपलोड हानिसकेपछि यो चाहिँ एज अ थ्रेट भनेर चाहिँ सबैले एउटा नोटिफिकेसन जस्तो हुन्छ अब त्यही फाइल लिएर चाहिँ मैले यदि कुनै अरूलाई एट्याक हाने भने एक्सडीआरले चाहिँ त्यो अब यो भाइरस हो भनेर चाहिँ डिटेक्ट गर्छ अब एक्सडीआर भन्ने बित्तिकै यसको पनि प्रब्लम्सहरू टन्नै छ लाइक मेन प्रब्लम चाहिँ एक्सडीआर क्यान अल्सो बी बाइपास अब हामी एक्सडीआर हालेको छौँ ईडीआर हालेको छौँ भन्ने बित्तिकै हामी ढुक्क भएर चाहिँ बस्न मिल्दैन अब यो एक्सडीआर किन बाइपास हुँदा भन्दाखेरि अब लाइक इट इज एजेन्ट बेस्ड अब एक्सडीआर भनेको कुनै ठुलो कम्पनीजहरू मात्र इम्प्लिमेन्ट हुन्छ अब एक्सडीआर भन्ने बित्तिकै अब एजेन्ट बेस्ड हुन्छ अब लास्ट 2 इयर्सको ट्रेन्ड हेर्ने हो भने चाहिँ अब जति पनि हाम्रो त्यो एजेन्ट बेस्ड अब सिभिजहरू कुनै पनि अब एक्सडीआरको सिभिजहरू छ भने चाहिँ अब त्यो सिभिजहरू चाहिँ खालि अब प्रिभिलेज एस्केलेसन रिमोट कोड एक्जिक्युसन भन्ने सिभिजहरू मात्र छ भनेपछि अब एट्याकरले चाहिँ त्यो एजेन्टलाई कस्तो गरिरहेछ भने एज अ टार्गेट ट्रिगर गरेर चाहिँ एक्सप्लोइट हान्दैछ अर्को अब हाम्रो अर्को प्रब्लम विथ एक्सडीआर भनेको चाहिँ कस्तो भन्दाखेरि एक्सडीआरलाई चाहिँ अफुस्केसन गरेर चाहिँ लाइक बाइपास गर्न सकिन्छ अफुस्केसन भन्नाले कस्तो भन्दाखेरि फर एक्जाम्पल कुनै पनि एट्याकरले कुनै मालवेयरलाई चाहिँ लाइक मल्टिपल वेले चाहिँ लाइक त्यसलाई म्यानिपुलेट गरेर चाहिँ इम्बेड हान्न सक्ने अनि अर्को अब हाम्रो प्रब्लम विथ एक्सडीआर भनेको चाहिँ कस्तो भन्दाखेरि यसले चाहिँ अब लाइक जस्तो जति पनि एक्सडीआर हुन्छ अब एक्सडीआरको चाहिँ कस्तो रजिस्ट्री बेस उनीहरूले चाहिँ लाइक किज अथवा समथिङ authentication किजले चाहिँ authenticate हान्दा हुन्छ भनेपछि अब XDR छ भनेपछि त्यहाँ यदि हामीलाई registry key को कुनै एक्सेस छ भनेपछि चाहिँ हामीले registry key म्यानिपुलेसन गर्न सकिन्छ म्यानिपुलेसन गर्ने बित्तिकै हाम्रो XDR अटोमेटिकली बाइपास हुन्छ सो अब हामीले अहिलेसम्म हेर्यौँ लाइक AV को हेर्यौँ प्रब्लम विथ AV हेर्यौँ XDR हेर्यौँ प्रब्लम विथ XDR हेर्यौँ तर मेन अब हाउ AV एन्ड XDR क्यान बी रियली बाइपास्ड भनेपछि अब AV को बाइपासिङ टेक्निक भनेको हामीले जुन त्यो सिग्नेचरहरूलाई नर्मली म्यानिपुलेट गर्यो भने त यतिकै AV बाइपास भइहाल्यो तर XDR चाहिँ इट्स टोटली डिफ्रेन्ट अब XDR इज टोटली डिफ्रेन्ट अब XDR मा पहिला सुरु कस्तो हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि अफुस्केसन अफ स्क्रिप्ट्स जुन चाहिँ अघि नै मैले भनिसकेँ यसलाई चाहिँ कस्तो हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि अब अफुस्केसन भनेको कुनै पनि बाइनेरी अथवा कुनै स्क्रिप्टहरूलाई चाहिँ लाइक त्यसलाई चाहिँ डिफ्रेन्ट वेमा प्रेजेन्ट गरेर चाहिँ एट्याक हान्ने हो सो अफुस्केसन गर्ने टुल्सहरू डिफ्रेन्ट टाइप्स हुन्छ जस्तो अब कुनै पनि रेड टिमिङ एक्सपर्टहरू छ उनीहरूले के युज गर्छ भन्दाखेरि कोबाल्ट स्ट्राइक अब लाइक रेड टिमिङमा चाहिँ एकदमै एक्सपर्टहरू छ लाइक भनेपछि अब कोबाल्ट स्ट्राइक हुन्छ अब लाइक भिलियन व्याक्स सेल्सहरू भन्ने हुन्छ त्यो टुल्सहरू युज गरेर चाहिँ अफुस्केसन गरेर चाहिँ AV XDR चाहिँ इजिली बाइपास गर्न सकिन्छ अर्को चाहिँ अब हाम्रो मेन अर्को चाहिँ कसरी बाइपास गर्न सकिन्छ भन्दाखेरि नि प्रोसेस इन्जेक्सन दिस इज द मेन थ्रेड फर इक्जाम्पल तपाईँले कुनै पिसीमा कुनै क्रोम ब्राउजर खोल्नुभयो अथवा समथिङ खोल्नुभयो भनेपछि त्यो चाहिँ कस्तो हुन्छ अटोमेटिक एउटा पिसीमा ब्याकग्राउन्डमा एउटा प्रोसेस ओपन हुन्छ PID क्रिएट हुन्छ भनेपछि अब एट्याकरले के गर्छ भन्दाखेरि त्यो PID मा चाहिँ मालवेयर इन्जेक्ट गरिदिन्छ अनि जतिचोटि चाहिँ त्यो जस्तो फर इक्जाम्पल मैले क्रोममा इन्जेक्ट गरेको छु भनेपछि यदि भिक्टिमले चाहिँ यदि त्यो क्रोम ओपन गर्ने बित्तिकै अब हाम्रो अर्को टेक्निक भनेको चाहिँ सिस्कल्स अब सिस्कल्स भनेको कस्तो भन्दाखेरि अब विन्डोजमा जे अब एक्जिक्युसन हुनको लागि पनि सिस्कल हुन्छ लाइक एक्जिक्युट हुन्छ फर इक्जाम्पल मैले CMD टाइप गरेँ CMD टाइप गरिसकेपछि चाहिँ कस्तो हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि नि अब त्यसले इन्टरनली एउटा सिस्कल गर्छ त्यो सिस्कलमा पनि यदि एट्याकरले मालवेयर इम्बेड हान्यो भने XDRहरूले चाहिँ डिटेक्टै हान्न सक्दैन अब अर्को भनेको चाहिँ DLL इन्जेक्सन यो चाहिँ लाइक जति पनि एप्लिकेसन्सहरू छ सबै भनरेबल छ लाइक डिल फर इक्जाम्पल तपाईँले डिल हाइज्याक कसरी गर्ने भन्ने टेक्निक थाहा छ भनेपछि डिल हाइज्याक गरेर चाहिँ लाइक जुनसुकै पिसिजहरू पनि कम्प्रोमाइज गर्न सकिन्छ त्यो पनि एन्टी अथोरिटी एक्सेस भएर चाहिँ अब हामीले चाहिँ अब AV बाइपास कसरी गर्ने XDR बाइपास कसरी गर्ने भनेर चाहिँ हेऱ्यौँ अब नेक्स्ट भनेको चाहिँ अब बाइपास अब हाम्रो जुन मेमोरी प्रोटेक्सन हुन्छ अब मेमोरी प्रोटेक्सन भन्नाले कस्तो भन्दाखेरि तपाईँको AMSI भन्ने एउटा हुन्छ त्यो चाहिँ यदि हाम्रो एन्टिभाइरस अफ छ त्यो पनि रियल टाइम स्क्यानिङ भइरहेको हुन्छ हाम्रो पावर सेलहरूमा यदि हामीले अब त्यो अब यदि हामीले अब AMSI बाइपास गर्नको लागि चाहिँ अब लाइक नर्मल वेमा चाहिँ कस्तो हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि तपाईँले गिटहबमा पनि गरे यदि AMSI बाइपास स्क्रिप्ट भनेर चाहिँ तपाईँले सर्च गर्नुहुने टन्स अफ स्क्रिप्टहरू पाउनुहुन्छ तपाईँले कपी पेस्ट पनि हान्नुभयो भने चाहिँ त्यो तपाईँको AMSI चाहिँ बाइपास इजिली हुन्छ अब हामीले चाहिँ यो गऱ्यौँ अनि इन लास्ट 2 years 3 years हामीले चाहिँ एसेसमेन्ट गरेको थियौँ त्यसमा चाहिँ लाइक हामीले धेरै जसो भेन्डरहरूलाई चाहिँ बाइपास गरेको थियौँ जस्तो विन्डोज डिफेन्डरलाई चाहिँ रियल टाइम विथ लेटेस्ट सिग्नेचरै बाइपास गरेको थियौँ अर्को क्यास्पर स्काले पनि बाइपास गरेको थियौँ कर्टेक्स XDR पालो अल्टो पनि बाइपास गरेको थियौँ ट्रेन माइक्रो पनि बाइपास गरेको थियौँ अब विन्डोज डिफेन्डरमा चाहिँ कस्तो गरेको थियौँ भन्दाखेरि हामीले सिम्पली अफुस्केसन हामीले अब लाइक नर्मल स्क्रिप्टले अफुस्केसन गरिसकेपछि लाइक विन्डोज डिफेन्डरले डिटेक्टै गर्न सकेन यो चाहिँ बाइपास भयो अब क्यास्पर स्काई अनि कर्टेक्स XDR ट्रेन माइक्रोमा चाहिँ कस्तो भने हामीले प्रोसेस इन्जेक्सन गऱ्यौँ प्रोसेस इन्जेक्सन गरिसकेपछि चाहिँ एन्टी अथोरिटी सिस्टमसम्मै हामीले लाइक कुनै पनि लाइक भिक्टिमको चाहिँ एन्टी अथोरिटी सिस्टम नै कम्प्रोमाइज गर्न लाइक सफल भयौँ हामी चाहिँ अब हामीले लाइक प्रब्लम देखायौँ तर हाउ वी क्यान प्रोटेक्ट अगेन्स्ट दिस बाइपासेस प्र्याक्टिकल्ली भनेपछि अब फर इक्जाम्पल मेन त हाम्रो पावर सेलै हो फर इक्जाम्पल अब हाम्रो एडमिनहरूलाई पावर सेल चाहिन्छ कुनै पनि कम्पनीलाई हामीले कुनै पनि कम्पनीमा हाम्रो एउटा IT डिपार्टमेन्ट छ र अरू डिपार्टमेन्ट छ भनेपछि IT डिपार्टमेन्ट मात्र पावर सेल एक्जिक्युट गर्न एक्सेस दिएको हुन्छ फर अरू डिपार्टमेन्टलाई चाहिँ पावर सेल एक्जिक्युट गर्ने एक्सेस नदिने हुन्छ किनभने जति पनि एट्याकरले पाउने हो भनेको लास्टमा पावर सेलै हो फेरि पावर सेल पनि कस्तो भन्दाखेरि अब लाइक डोमेन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटरबाटै हामीले अफ गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर भन्दा पनि किनभने फर इक्जाम्पल यदि कोही एट्याकरले चाहिँ अब लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटरबाट बाइपास गर्यो बाइपास गरिसकेपछि लाइक XDR EVR अथवा AV जे छ त्यो चाहिँ अब अफ गर्न सक्यो त्यसपछि चाहिँ अब जस्तो मिमिकाज भन्ने टुल हुन्छ त्यो मिमिकास्ट टुलहरूले चाहिँ के गर्छ भन्दाखेरि नि अब हाम्रो पिसीमा भएको इच एन्ड एभ्री सिङ्गल अब युजर नेम पासवर्डहरू हुन्छ त्यो चाहिँ एक्सट्र्याक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ फर इक्जाम्पल अब एउटा कुनै पिसी छ एउटा कुनै अफिसमा एउटा पिसी छ त्यसमा चाहिँ एडी पनि इन्टिग्रेट छ लाइक नर्मल युजरको लागि पनि युज छ भनेपछि अब कस्तो हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि एट्याकरले त्यसमा मिमिका चाहिँ एक्जिक्युट गर्न सक्यो भनेपछि अब एडीको अब एमएस केज पासवर्डदेखि लिएर लाइक ब्राउजरमा सेभ भएको पासवर्डदेखि लिएर सबै एक्सट्र्याक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो कस्तो छ भन्दाखेरि नि हाम्रो अब डोन्ट गो फर डिफल्ट कन्फिगरेसन्स फर एभी एन्ड एक्सटिआर फर इक्जाम्पल कसैले इन्स्टलेसन गर्यो लाइक कुनै कम्पनीले चाहिँ अब इन्स्टलेसन गर्यो एक्सटिआर तर म्याक्सिमम कम्पनीजहरूले के गर्छ भन्दाखेरि दे गो फर डिफल्ट कन्फिगरेसन किनभने त्यसमा चाहिँ अब लाइक मेमोरी प्रोटेक्सन बोटनेट प्रोटेक्सन सबै हुन्छ त्यही पनि इनेबल चाहिँ गरेको हुँदैन सो वी सुड गो फर वी सुड नट गो फर लाइक डिफल्ट कन्फिगरेसन्स फर अर्को चाहिँ इम्प्लिमेन्ट एभी अर एक्सटिआर प्याच म्यानेजमेन्ट पोलिसी अब फर इक्जाम्पल हामीले एभी अथवा एक्सटिआर चाहिँ इन्स्टल हामीले आफ्नो कम्पनीमा इन्स्टल भएको छ तर हामीले त्यसमा कुनै जेरो डेजहरू आएको छ कि छैन कुनै एक्सप्लोइटहरू आएको छ कि छैन भनेर चाहिँ हामीले त्यो लाइक हेरिराख्नु पर्ने हुन्छ र यदि कुनै प्याच आएको छ भने चाहिँ प्याच विदिन अ विक प्याच अपडेट गरिहाल्नु पर्ने हुन्छ हामीले चाहिँ अब हाम्रो मेन जति पनि हामीले लाइक बाइपासेसहरू गऱ्यौँ त्यो बाइपास गर्नुको लाइक मेन अब भनौँ न मेन रिजन चाहिँ के हो भन्दाखेरि त्यो टेम्पर प्रोटेक्सन चाहिँ इनेबल नभएर यदि हामीले अब एन्टिभाइरस अन गरेका छौँ यदि टेम्पर प्रोटेक्सन अफ छ भनेपछि स्टिल जुनसुकै पिसिसहरू पनि बाइपास लाइक विथ मालवेयर बाइपास गर्न सकिन्छ अब मेन अब लाइक कम्पनीजहरूले चाहिँ के गर्नु पर्यो भन्दाखेरि एन्ड एक्सटिआर इडिआर जे पनि हाले पनि अथवा एभी पनि हाले पनि कम्तीमा एटलिस्ट टेम्पर प्रोटेक्सन पनि अन भएको छ भने एक लेभलको चाहिँ बोटनेट अथवा कुनै ऱ्यान्समवेयरहरू चाहिँ हामीले एक्जिक्युट गर्न सकिन्छ सो अनइन्स्टल अब फर इक्जाम्पल अब अर्को चाहिँ मेन प्रब्लम के हो भन्दाखेरि लाइक एउटा हाम्रो क्रिटिकल पिसी छ त्यसमा चाहिँ अनवान्टेड सफ्टवेयरहरू चाहिँ धेरै छ भनेपछि अब फर इक्जाम्पल त्यसमा चाहिँ एडीको डोमेनै छ त्यसमा चाहिँ अब हामीले एक्सपायर भएको एडोबी समथिङ राखिरहेको छौँ भनेपछि अब जति पनि इएक्सी बाइनेरिजहरू छ त्यो बाइनेरिजहरूलाई चाहिँ के गर्न सकिन्छ भन्दाखेरि अब लाइक डिल हाइज्याक गरेर लाइक अब त्यसको एन्टी अथोरिटी सिस्टममा मेटर सेलै लिन सकिन्छ क्या सो अनइन्स्टल अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो के भन्दा अनइन्स्टल अनवान्टेड बाइनेरी सिस्टम्स सो हामीले चाहिँ यति हेऱ्यौँ अब आई हेभ प्रिपेयर्ड सम डेमोज if you want सो मैले चाहिँ अब यहाँ जस्तो अब क्यास्पर स्काई कर्टेक्स ट्रेन्ड माइक्रोको लागि अब ठ्याक्क ल्याब चाहिँ मैले मिलाउन सकिनँ तर विन्डोज डिफेन्डर चाहिँ लाइक अन गरेर चाहिँ बाइपास गर्ने एकचोटि ट्राई गर्न यहाँ चाहिँ डेमो देखाउनु चाहिँ ट्राई हुन्छ एकचोटि सो एज अ मेन्सन्ड अर्लियर कस्तो भन्दाखेरि नि विन्डोज डिफेन्डरलाई चाहिँ हामीले कसरी बाइपास गरेको थियौँ भन्दाखेरि स्क्रिप्टको अफिस्केसन लाइक म्यानुपुलेसन्स अब यो गर्ने टुल्सहरू चाहिँ धेरै छ अब तपाईँ एकदमै रेड टिमी एक्सपर्टहरू छ भने चाहिँ अब कोभिनेन्ट अथवा कोबाल्ट स्ट्राइकहरू युज गरेर जसरी पनि बाइपास गर्ने तर लाइक न्युबिज जो न्युबिजहरू छ तिनीहरू नर्मल टुल्सहरू छ फर इक्जाम्पल अब बिलियन यस्तो यस्तो छ त्यसले चाहिँ के गर्छ भन्दाखेरि नि अब कोडहरूलाई चाहिँ अफिस्केसनहरू पनि गर्न मिल्यो अथवा इन्कोडिङ पनि गर्न मिल्यो अहिले चाहिँ मैले लाइक फर बाइपासको लागि चाहिँ के युज गरेको छ भन्दाखेरि भिलेन भन्ने टुल युज गरेको छ मैले चाहिँ अब यसमा अब कुनै पनि पेलोडहरू जेनेरेट गर्नको लागि जस्तो अहिले मैले यो अब अहिले चाहिँ मैले अफुस्केट भन्ने एउटा पेलोड जेनेरेट हानेको छ भनेपछि कुनै पनि एट्याकरले यदि डोमेन कम्प्रोमाइज गर्यो अथवा विन्डोज कम्प्रोमाइज गरेर यो रिमोट कोड एक्जिक्युसन गरेर यदि पावर सेलमा यो कोड रन गरिदियो भने चाहिँ रिभर्सेल तपाईँको आउँछ लाइक यदि तपाईँको एक्सटिआर इडिआरहरू पनि यदि अन छ भनेपछि त्यो पनि रिभर्सेल आउने चान्सेस बढी नै हुन्छ सो वी गट ब्याकडोर सेसन इस्टाब्लिस्ड सो भर्खरै हामीले एउटा ब्याकडोर सेसन इस्टाब्लिस गऱ्यौँ अब हो
चेक गर्नुहोस् स्क्रिन अपडेट गर्नु यहाँ त छ दिस इज डिफरेन्ट स्क्रिन यहाँ यो उतापट्टिको मिरर छ कि के छ तपाईँको
छैन एउटैमा
मिररै हो यो एकदम सेम
सेम
चेक गर्नु चाहिँ किन अपडेट भएन
यो होइन, अर्को वाला छ।
पड्क्यो यो चाहिँ यो झिकेर हाल्ने के भयो जस्तो अहिले यहाँ चेन्जेस आयो
अर्कै स्क्यान छ।
यो चाहिँ उहाँहरूले कता गर्ने ठिक छ होइन हटाउनु पर्दैन यही नै हो देखाउनु उहाँले यही नै देखाउनु बुझेको
यो देख्नुहुन्छ?
यसले गर्दा नआइरहेको यो फुल स्क्रिन भयो त्यस्तो भयो कि मिनिमाइज मात्रै गरिदिनु नि हुन्छ ठिक छ हो है तपाईँले याद गर्नु मात्रै फेरि हामीले हुन खोजेकै चिज चाहिँ
So as I said earlier, मैले चाहिँ यो पेलोड क्रिएसन अफुस्केसन एन्ड इन्कोडिङको लागि चाहिँ मैले भिलियन भन्ने एउटा टुल युज गरेको छु। अब यसको अब लाइक यो पेलोडहरू जेनेरेट गर्न पनि इजी नै छ। फर इक्जाम्पल मलाई कुनै पनि मालवेयरको अफुस्केसनवाला पेलोड जेनेरेट गर्नु छ भनेपछि मैले यो दिन्छु, त्यसपछि यसले चाहिँ एउटा पेलोड जेनेरेट गर्छ। यसले चाहिँ अब फर इक्जाम्पल यो चाहिँ मैले विन्डोजमा गएर लाइक फर इक्जाम्पल मैले कुनै आरसी भेटेर मैले यो त्यो पावर सेल अथवा सिएमडीमा गएर एक्जिक्युट गरेपछि यदि त्यो पीसीमा यदि लाइक कुनै एन्टिभाइरस विन्डोज डिफेन्डर पनि छ भने चाहिँ त्यो बाइपास गरेर चाहिँ सेल इजिली आउँछ। फर इक्जाम्पल मैले यता के गरेँ भन्दाखेरि मैले यता यस्तो गरेँ, तपाईँको यहाँ अर्को सेसन आउँछ। फर इक्जाम्पल ब्याकडोर सेसन इस्टाब्लिस भनेपछि अब तपाईँलाई पुरै एन्टी अथोरिटी एक्सेस नै छ। So yeah, we got CMD cell. भनेपछि यसरी चाहिँ अब डिफेन्डर so we can see एकैछिन टेम्पर प्रोटेक्सनहरु पनि अन गरेको छु। अहिले चाहिँ मैले टेम्पर स्क्रिप्टहरु टेम्पर प्रोटेक्सनहरु सबै इनेबल गरेर एकचोटी फेरि एट्याक गर्न ट्राई गर्छु। सो मैले भर्खरै टेम्पर प्रोटेक्सनहरु सबै इनेबल गरेको थिएँ, एन्टिभाइरस सब अन गरेको थिएँ, स्टिल आई गट ब्याकडोर सेसन। So we got Windows CMD भनेपछि अब यहाँबाट चाहिँ कस्तो भयो भने हामीले टेम्पर प्रोटेक्सन अन गरे पनि लाइक भनौँ न मल्टिपल प्रोटेक्सन अन गर्दा पनि कस्तो हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि तपाईले बाइपास गरेर चाहिँ सेल इन्टरएक्टिभ सेल लिन सक्नुहुन्छ। अब यसलाई चाहिँ कसरी फर इक्जाम्पल कुनै एट्याकरले कुनै एउटा अर्गनाइजेसन कम्प्रोमाइज गर्न लाग्छ भनेपछि अब त्यसको प्रोसेस चाहिँ कस्तो हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि तपाईको अफुस्केसन स्क्रिप्ट हुन्छ। अब क्र्याकम्याप EXE भन्ने कतिलाई थाहा छ कि छैन होला। क्र्याकम्याप EXE ले के गर्छ भन्दाखेरि अब तपाईको मैले मासमा मैले फर इक्जाम्पल मैले कुनै अर्गनाइजेसनलाई एट्याक गर्नु छ भनेपछि त्यो मासमा मैले CIDR मा स्क्यान गर्छु, जतिको एसएमबीजहरु ओपन छ भनेपछि त्यो फर इक्जाम्पल अब यहाँ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटरको पासवर्ड पनि डिफल्टै हुन्छ। फर इक्जाम्पल अब मैले एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर अथवा एडमिनिस्ट्रेटरको युजर नेम पासवर्ड पाइसकेपछि मैले मासमा मोर देन थाउजन्ड्स अफ पीसी यसरी पनि कम्प्रोमाइज गर्न सकिन्छ। लाइक कुनै एट्याकरले कुनै पीसीलाई कुनै एट्याकरले कुनै कम्पनीलाई भिक्टिम बनाएको छ भनेपछि लाइक टन्स अफ पीसी चाहिँ यसरी नै एकैचोटी कम्प्रोमाइज हुन सक्छ। सो एट लास्ट अब म चाहिँ के भन्न चाहन्छु भन्दाखेरि हामीले XDR, EDR जुनसुकै अब प्रोटेक्सन राखे पनि चाहिँ बाइपास हुने चान्स चाहिँ लाइक 90% नै हुन्छ लाइक। तर हामीले अब XDR, EDR राख्ने बित्तिकै हामी ढुक्क भएर पनि बस्न मिल्दैन। अनि हामीले अब एटलिस्ट 100% सेक्योर नगरे पनि एटलिस्ट 90% जुन एट्याक चान्सेस छ त्यसलाई चाहिँ रेड्युस गरेर 40% सम्म झार्न चाहिँ सकिन्छ। अब त्यही हो, हामीले डिफल्ट कन्फिगरेसन्सहरूमा चाहिँ जानु भएन। यस, थ्याङ्क यू। Any questions?
Thank you, Pankaj. It was a very insightful presentation about the limitations of AV technologies, and it was also interesting, live demo of breaking into boxes. So I believe it has invoked a lot of curiosity in the room. And if you have any questions or if you want to talk to Pankaj, please do so. So before we head into tea break, I'd like to do the final presentation of the morning session. I'd like to call up on stage Mr. Priya Ranjan Karn. He's the head of R&D at Web Server Communications. He has over 8 years of experience with ISPs, and his presentation title is SP Network Optimization. Warm welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Priya Ranjan Karna. I'm working with Web Server Nepal Communications right now. And today I'm going to present a few service provider network optimization challenges that generally network administrators faces in an organizations, and always dealing with packet losses and traffic black holes that happens in the network, which ultimately impacts the service providers revenue. So this would be a more of a technical presentation from my side. So these are some challenges that service provider faces and some strategies that network administrators can adopt to overcome those challenges. So currently, we have been hearing about IPv6 here and there. So need for IPv6 and dual stack in service provider network is one of the challenges for networks administrators these days. The IGP that they choose as an underlay for their network, the convergence time of the IGP, the traffic black hole due to unsynchronized underlay and overlay protocols, and again, the increasing level space within the service provider network due to the expansion of their networks, and again, traffic black hole due to node and link failures, although having multiple redundant nodes and links. And finally, the suboptimal unicast routing. And the strategies to overcome them are, the first strategy would be choosing your IGP or migrating from a current IGP to a better one, speeding your convergence using few tools like BFD and LFA, and synchronizing your underlay and overlay, and MPLS-T FRR with link and node protection, and finally URPF to minimize some optimal unicast routing and some spoofing attacks that can happen within the service provider network. So first of all, we would discuss about the IGP. So currently, Nepal are still using OSPF. That has something to do with not having the need of IPv6 earlier, and that has something to do with the learning curve also. So we were lately came to know about ISIS when we had a need to run IPv6 or dual stack in our network. But worldwide, more service providers are generally with ISIS, and now here in Nepal, service providers are also willing to, they are working on either running a new protocol stack of OSPF for IPv6 or moving from a current one to a better one, which is ISIS. This sounds like a huge migration from OSPF to ISIS, but ISIS do have some benefits over OSPF. The major benefit is a single process that can that ISIS can run with IPv4 and v6, where in OSPF it is not possible. You'll have to have two different protocol stacks populating the other one throughout your network. The other one is ISIS runs on layer 2, so it is more secure than OSPF. And generally, globally, more of the service providers are on ISIS. So, the enhancement that is happening is more with ISIS. So, and also one more challenges that we have with OSPF is the bandwidth. As we know that OSPF has a concept of reference bandwidth as the bandwidth grows within your service provider network, and to change that on all the routers, it bit tricky, can have network outages. So I would like to demonstrate a step for migrating your current OSPF to ISIS if you are planning to, rather than running two different OSPF processes within your network. It is not as complex as it sounds. So first, what you need to do is you need to configure a new ISIS process within your service provider routers. And as you know, that ISIS has a higher administrative distance than OSPF. It will not automatically be used for packet forwarding. Once the ISIS is completely populated within your network, what you can do is from the edge of the network, at any edge, you can start from promoting your ISIS for packet forwarding. And once that is done within your whole network, you can start removing the OSPF remnants. So this can help, as I discussed, ISIS can help you mitigate the challenges of IPv6, new type length and TLV values for any new feature set. CPU memory consumption are low with ISIS, and obviously security as it runs on layer 2. So here I have presented a configuration demo where I have changed the administrative distance of OSPF for ISIS to take preference. So once ISIS has the label distributions done, traffic engineering databases are populated well, we can start promoting ISIS from any edge of the network up to until all the routers will not on your network will not be completely started forwarding from ISIS, traffic forwarding from ISIS. So this is one of the first step, the first challenge that we are currently facing, and most of the service providers are trying to, migrate from OSPF to ISIS. Now, the second problem with the IGPs that we use, OSPF and ISIS, generally as an underlay within the service provider, they are not designed for sub-second failures. So they actually require 35 seconds to detect and reconverse in a failure, which is a high time, which can cause packet loss and traffic blackholing within the service network. We as a network administrator can take the help of another routing protocol or another protocol, which is BFD actually, and it is designed to detect the failures within millisecond, or we could say microseconds. So what we do is we can configure BFD, and we can use the BFD to trigger our upper layer protocols like OSPF and BGPs if we have at the edge, to detect the failure and ask them to trigger, not wait for the hold down timer, and trigger as soon as there is a failure. So if you see in my diagram, the overlay protocols will be as it is. We might not change their timers, instead use a new protocol to trigger their timers. So as soon as BFD detects a failure, it can trigger the protocols to reconverge. And if you see here, it is a very simple configuration, a one-line configuration for OSPF, ISIS, or any protocol. It is protocol independent. So I have pasted an output of a failure that has happened in a network with BFD and without BFD. If you see, with BFD, there is a significant packet loss, and that can hamper customers' SLAs. And on the right hand side, if you see, with BFD, the failure has been detected with only a single packet loss. Now, moving to the next stage, we have chosen our IGP. We have triggered our IGP to converge quicker But again, the problem is the IGPs, OSPF, ISIS are not again designed to install a backup path if there is one. In service provider network, they always do have a backup path to a destination. But unlike EIGRP, one of my favorite protocols actually, but not in use. So EIGRP, we do pre-compute a backup path if it is there, but OSPF and ISIS are not designed to do so. So although if you trigger BFD triggers the IGP to converse, it will again take some time to run the SPF calculation and compute a new backup path, which is again going to drop some packets. So we can again enable our IGPs to use LFA loop free alternative to pre-compute a backup path if there is one, so that when BFD triggers the IGP to about a failure, the IGP can immediately install the pre-computed backup path for forwarding. So BFD and LFA together can tune the service provider network to forward packet continuously without unnoticeable unnoticeable time in case of failures. So if you see without BFD, the router is only going to install a primary path in the network. But with LFA, if there are alternate paths to the destination, the router will pre-compute it and protect the current primary path. So in case of failures, the secondary path will immediately be promoted for packet forwarding. So now we have chosen our IGP. We have completely triggered it for fast convergence. Now the second thing is the overlay protocols that we use with the IGPs like MPLS LDP, maybe RSBP. So in case of your IGP and your LDP not synchronized, you can still have packet drops in your network. So the first thing IGP does after establishing adjacency, as soon as it establishes adjacency, it starts packet forwarding. But the label distribution protocol that runs on top of IGP might not have completed the label exchange that is again going to black hole customers traffic. And the second thing, if the LDP session on a link closes or faces any issue, that is not related to IGP by default. So IGP will keep on choosing that path. So in this case, what we'll have to do is we'll have to enable MPLS LDP synchronization so that your IGP, your underlay and overlay will be in a complete synchronized state. And if there is any problem with your upper layer protocols, that has to be triggered to your IGP, which is again the main core of your service provider. Every protocol, every set of traffic, that is completely dependent on the IGP. Now this one was my so this one is a label allocation. So in service provider networks, the number of routers, the number of Ps is growing day by day, and each service providers actually at least have 2 links to a router and a loopback, which is 3 links of minimum. So a router in a service provider network generally generating at least 3 labels. And let's say if you have 100 routers, that is going to be 300 labels. But actually, in a service provider network, not all 300 labels are required. Only 100 labels. The loopback labels are only required in the service provider network. So populating by default, the router will always generate labels for all the links that are in IGP, which is not actually required. So I have seen ISPs starting providing MPLS services from small edge boxes like OLTs, which do not have that label capacity. So what we can do is we can create some filters to only to ask boxes only to generate labels for loopback, which are significant and not for the links. That will drastically reduce label space within your service provider and help you scaling with even with small edge boxes or OLT devices that we have. So here I have pasted output with a default behavior of label, where you can see there are numerous labels for /30 and 32s, but actually the label that are required in a service provider network are only for the loopback address, because a packet is never destinated for the link of the device. It is destinated to the loopback. So after filtering done, you can see the label space has been drastically decreased, and this can help you scaling even with small boxes which has a label constraint. Moving forward, I would like to talk about MPLS-T fast reroute. So generally, if you have enough bandwidth in your network and you have 1+1, failover, MPLS traffic engineering is required in your network for changing the default behavior of IGP for traffic side. So what happens in a service provider network carrying a terabyte of traffic and traffic moving from one node to another in transit, a node fails or a link fails. Meanwhile, the routers the PEs calculate a new path. The traffic is going to be black hole. The traffic in the transit is going to be black hole, for which we can use fast reroute, and the nodes or links which are prone to face problems, those can be protected for rerouting. I have a demonstration. So if you consider this, we have traffic moving from P1 to P2, P4, and P5, where the link between P2 and P3 is prone to problem, P2 and P4. I have a tunnel that is configured from P1 to P5. Let's say when the traffic, a terabyte traffic, comes to P2 and is forwarded towards P4, immediately there is a link break between P2 and P4. That particular huge amount of traffic gets blackled. Rather, what I have done here, what we can do is we can create a point of local repair and a merge point to reroute your traffic around to meet at the same destination with a new transport label. Rather than a traffic in transit, rather than dropping the traffic, you can reroute the traffic with a new transport label. So if you see here, this is on my left, this is a primary tunnel, and it is back up with a secondary tunnel, so that in case of link failure or node failure, the traffic can be rerouted toward the other provider edge router to meet at the same point. So if you see here, and in the third step, there is a new transport. Rather than dropping the traffic when there is a link or node failure, the router is adding a new transport label to reroute the traffic and not let it get black hole in the network. And my final slide would be URPF, a unicast reverse path forwarding. So generally, when a router's unicast network, generally when a router receives a packet, it is never going to check the source address of the packet. It is always going to check the destination address, and if it has the route to the destination address, it will forward the packet. So as the router does not check the source of the packet, it is possible that attackers to spoof the source IP address and send packets that would have otherwise been dropped by a firewall or an ACL in the network. Or let's say you get a packet on your edge router, it does not check the source, it forwards it to your other routers in the network, and the packet again transiting back out from the core would get dropped on the edge because it did not have the source address in its routing table to begin with. So that causes some optimal routing in your network. Your routers performing computing the traffic that would never reach the source actually. So this is a default behavior with multicast route forwarding, but not with the unicast route forwarding, because in multicast, you always check the source of the packet before forwarding it from your exit interface. So that is not the default behavior in unicast. So you can, service providers can configure URPF for security and to have security in their network and to perform optimal routing. So URPF can be configured in two modes. One is strict and one is loose mode. So strict mode actually checks two things. The first is, do you have the exact route to the source or not? And if you will be using the same interface to reach the source on which the packet you receive. This is not generally used in service provider network because they do not have symmetric traffic all the time. Whereas service providers can go with loose mode, which always checks the source of the packet, only the source of the packet, not the interface, before forwarding the packet. So this can help you to prevent IP spoofing attacks in service provider network, and drop the packet at the edge of the network if they do not have the source address in the routing table, which they do not can route back. Having this said, there is not a single protocol or set of rules that you enable in a service provider router, and that can start helping you forwarding packets seamlessly. Every protocol is stacked by some other protocol for quick conversions, to minimize packet drops, and do a seamless packet forwarding. So having this said, I'll end my presentation here. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks, Priyaranjan. It has been quite informative, and I can see lots of people in the room quite hooked to his presentation. If you have any questions or if you want to talk to him, we can do so. You can do so during breaks and throughout the day. So we'll be heading to a short tea break now, and then all the papers and presentations that we skipped in the morning session, we'll continue that in the next session. So I think we'll take a short break now. We hope our chief guest will be arriving pretty soon. Thank you.
Check, hello, check. Check, check, hello, check. Check, hello, check. Check, hello, check, check. Check, hello, check, check, hello, check.
Mic please. So after a few sips of tea and coffee, I must think that you guys are all refreshed. So welcome back, everyone. Let's start the second session. So without any delay, I would like to call upon Mr. Samit Jana to give a welcome note. And he's our president of npNOG. So please welcome Mr. Samit Jana.
Okay, thank you, Puneet. Okay, so namaste and good morning. So as you all know, so our chief guest is here. So we postponed our session a little bit. So this is a session we should have done earlier in the morning, but now we are, so you can take this session as a inauguration ceremony, inauguration session for us now. So I will be officially giving a remark. So namaste and good morning. Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Purushottam Khanal, our keynote speaker, Mr. Deepak Shrestha, and Mr. Sanjay Golsa, who will be coming later in the evening. All the speakers, panelists, all participants, and respected sponsors, and all the supporters, right? And hardworking volunteers, all knowledgeable trainers, and all distinguished guests, and everyone present in the event. Namaste, and a very warm welcome to npNOG officially. And this npNOG is hosted by Nepal Internet Exchange, and Nepal Internet Exchange has always been a great supporter of npNOG. We are delighted to have you here to join us today for this remarkable event. This conference serves as a platform to bring together professional and enthusiastic from ICT industry, creating an atmosphere of collaboration and knowledge sharing, which we have all experienced in the morning session and we'll also experience throughout the day. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to our chief guest, Mr. Purushottam sir, and all NTA team. Your guidance and encouragement and assistance provided to by NTA have been instrumental making npNOG a reality. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And to our esteemed speakers, thank you for sharing your expertise and experience with us. Your contribution plays a significant role in shaping the discussion and providing valuable insights into a future internet operations of Nepal. And to all our participants, we are honored to have you here, representing really a diverse range of organization and background. We encourage you to take full advantage of networking opportunities and exchanging ideas that can drive a positive change in our industry. Our sponsors, your support has been instrumental in making this event possible. The primary reason why we were able to do this event in Aloft today is because of your support. So a big round of applause to all us. So if you compare our npNOG 1 to our past npNOG event versus this is a leapfrog for us. So thank you so much. We are grateful for your partnership and generous contributions, especially Airtel, Rana, and Bharat, providing support for very first time for the npNOG. Thank you, Airtel. And then I also need to thank Nepal Telecom, especially Vimleshji, for your support this time and for past npNOG also. Then thanks to Juniper, Vikal, and Subhranshu, thank you for your support. Thanks to Nokia, thanks Vishal, thanks Cisco, thanks Chanmon, and thanks Extreme, and thanks to Abhinav. Sujay is also here from Extreme. For your consistent support that we have new support, and these sponsor has been consistently supporting npNOG right from npNOG 1. So thank you for your continued support. And this time we also have a new sponsor from Lightstrom. Thanks, Pankaj, for assisting support this time. Thank you, Pankaj. And thank you, Flex Optics, for sponsoring our fellowship program, because we also provide fellowship to participants who cannot afford to come into this conference and participants coming outside of country, right? So thank you, Flex Optics, for providing fellowship sponsor. And thank you, TechPana, being a official media. Thank you, Gopal. Thank you, Ranjan, becoming a media partner. And I also must recognize the dedication to our supporters, our umbrella organization, ISPAN. Thank you, Sudhir, sir, extending your support. Thank you so much. And thanks, NREN. Thank you, CAN Federation. And thank you, Nepal Internet Foundation. I would also like to mention other sponsors like DICX for the first time supporting npNOG. Thank you, DICX. Thank you, Sudhir. Thanks to Subisu, Pioneer, WebSurfer, Dish Home, Packet Clearing House, Home Network, Color Services, Workalay, Home Networks, and Meridian. Your unwavering support is deeply appreciated. A special mention goes to our volunteers also. They have devoted their time and effort to ensure smooth operation of this conference. And I would also like to mention all our panelists and panel moderator. Last but not least, I would like to express our gratitude to the trainers who have conducted the workshop in 3 tracks over the 5 days. Your expertise and knowledge sharing will contribute to their professional growth of the trainee. I'm really sorry if I have missed anyone specifically to address. Before we commence this conference, of course, we have already commenced, but it's written here, so I have to read. I want to just want to take to recognize for the completion of 5-day workshop and the 3 tracks. The knowledge and skill acquired during this workshop by participants will contribute to the growth and development of internet operations in Nepal. I hope to see some of them, if not all in future, as a trainer, lab assistant, speaker, or as a volunteer for the future npNOGs. And I have already seen in this npNOG that some of the participation is already volunteering in registration. Thank you so much. Thank you for your contribution. What else? So together we have created an environment that encourages collaboration, learning, and the exchanges of ideas. Once again, a warm welcome to npNOG. Thank you for being a part of this remarkable event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Samit sir. It was a wonderful speech. So since you also talked about commencement, so let's officially commence this ceremony. So I would like to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Purushottam Khanal sir, to please light the panas for us so that we can officially commence this program. Thank you. So thank you, our chief guest, sir. Now I would like to welcome you to the stage to give few remarks on this inauguration. Thank you.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. President of the npNOG, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers from abroad, esteemed delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is an immense honor for me to be present in this esteemed gathering and privileged to inaugurate the npNOG8 conference. I would like to express my deep appreciation for the commendable efforts of the Nepal Network Operating Group and Internet Access Nepal in their continuous dedication to fostering collaboration, knowledge sharing, and professional development within the network operations community. The technical workshop conducted over the past 5 days featuring engaging tech talks, interactive workshops, and panel discussions led by industry experts have been invaluable for all the participants. These workshops covered a wide range of topics, including network operation, security, internet services, and ICT infrastructures. When we examine the data from the telecom sector, we observe that the penetration of telephone service, including mobile phone, has already surpassed 125%. Mobile penetration alone exceeds 123%. The overall broadband penetration has reached an impressive 133%, with the mobile broadband contributing significantly at 94%, followed by fixed wireless broadband 0.21% and fixed wired broadband at 40%. The government of Nepal has approved the digital framework of Nepal and adopted a vision of digital-based socio-economic prosperity. This framework emphasizes the utilization of technology to achieve the national goal of prosperity. It identifies 8 priorities with 80 initiatives within these sectors. The digital framework also aligns with the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal. Within this framework, the Nepal Telecommunication Authority plays a vital role in building the digital foundation. In pursuit of implementing the Digital Nepal framework, NT has already launched several programs contributing to the Digital Nepal Foundation, which are currently in the implementation stage and making progresses. Nepal Telecom Authority places equal importance on the quality of services and affordability of broadband services. Achieving the benchmark quality of service and quality of experiences requires concerted efforts from operators. Additionally, NT is exploring various approaches to reduce the cost of broadband internet services, such as subsidization, infrastructure sharing, tax reductions, and other means. We have witnessed increasing competition for broadband services in urban and metropolitan areas, leading to a rise in broadband subscriber. This surge in line services and applications such as mobile banking, online shopping, and online payments has also resulted in an increase in cyber threats and hacking incidents. Therefore, we recognize that building the digital foundation and implementation digital initiative necessitate the concentrated effort of all the stakeholders in this sector, alongside skilled human resources, working towards ICT development and tackling technological challenges. In this regard, npNOG has played a crucial role as a platform for enhancing ICT skills and developing expertise among personnel in this sector over the past several years. Once again, I extend my sincere appreciation for npNOG for their efforts, and I would like to express my gratitude for organizing this conference. I extend a warm welcome to all the delegates, particularly our foreign delegates who have traveled a long way to share their experiences and knowledge with us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Purushottam sir, for some insightful data. It emphasizes the importance of Nepal Telecommunications Authority and its role in nation's development through telecommunication. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Rupesh Bhaktashrestha, MD, npIX, to take us through the journey of Internet Exchange of Nepal and its transformative impact. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Puneet. Mike, good afternoon, in fact. I thought it's still morning. So welcome again. My name is Rupesh Shrestha. I'm currently a board member and managing director of Internet Exchange Nepal, npIX. I'm also chair of SANOG, South Asian Network Operators Group. So let me go through the journey of Internet Exchange Nepal, npIX, and its transformative impact. That was the title given to me by Samit 2 days ago. So yesterday I had to rush and prepare this slide in a hurry. So please pardon me for any lapses over there. Okay. Internet Exchange Nepal, as commonly known as npIX, we usually call it as npIX. It was established in 2002. It's a non-profit organization, not-for-profit organization, And currently we have around 40 members. And basically it was established to keep the local traffic local. So not utilizing any international bandwidth. So whatever communication goes or whatever data transfer happens within Nepal, the purpose was to keep it within Nepal so that we can save on the international bandwidth as well as have a better experience, for the consumers. So the beginning. So I've put it as a small baby over there, how the baby was born. It all started from this one presentation. It has many slides, but I just picked 3 slides. A guy named Gaurav Raj Upadhyay came and met with me. I was General Secretary of ISP Association of Nepal at that time. And he proposed to set up an internet exchange, and he went around various ISPs, and Nepal Telecom was one of the big incumbent provider at the time. And he prepared this presentation and went around all the ISPs, and then together we went to Nepal Telecom and explained the significance of internet exchange Nepal. And then as I think Masan also mentioned earlier, at that time, the resources was very limited within Nepal. We didn't know what internet exchange was, how it has to be established, and what all technical expertise were needed. And at that time, 2 gentlemen called Mr. Bill Woodcock and Mr. Philip Smith from Cisco and Bill Woodcock from PCH were providing the technical support. So they came over here and trained all the people in terms of like setting up even training on a BGP and all, and then setting up the IX. So this is how we started the training. So that the gentleman over there is Bill Woodcock from PCH, who came over here and then helped in setting up everything. We used to have a training at the time. These Cisco routers probably were not from Nepal. They were brought in from all the way from Australia. Philip Smith carried all those Cisco switches so that the training could happen. Nowadays, you have a virtual lab and through internet and all these things. So this is how we all started this thing. It was started with a very basic network. And then the people involved, some of them are still, I think, in the various industries over here. This was a basic setup we had at that time: a switch, a basic server, and then the connection from E1 connectivity from an ISP. So that were brought in, and then we connected. This was one of the presentation I did in 2004, the Circle in Bangkok, when I was proudly saying that, okay, the impact of npIX, the MRTG graph of one of the pairing ISP depicted growth in uses of npIX traffic. That was from 512 kbps to 1 mbps. Come on. That was double the traffic. That was a big impact, right? And then started growing. So the traffic growth was like growing, and the growth initially was very less. Probably around 2019, when the COVID came in, the traffic, the average traffic in npIX was around 4.4 gigs. 2020, it went up to 6.8 gigs, 55% jump. And again, 2021, 13.1 gigs, 94% growth. 2022, 16.2 gigs, so which is again 23%. 2023, we have like 34%, 34 Gbps traffic, which was around 111% growth. Yesterday was again a record when the Nepal and West Indies match was happening. We had like 85 Gbps traffic, I guess. So that was again like peaked. So the general, not only about like traffic increase, it also helped have a better experience for consumer to see the live matches and then all these things, right? So the experience of the customer has really improved because of the npIX. So these are some facts of npIX traffic, which to support what I'm claiming for, the graph actually. We initially started with 2 POPs. One was data. Initially it was when npIX was started. It was started in one of the switch rack in Nepal Telecom, because all the E1 connections from all the ISPs were coming to Sundara Internet Exchange. So all the ISPs would have their own E1 cable, E1 router, E1 modems over there, and they just connected to one router and then connected to the internet exchange. So we then gradually moved to EverestNet in Ekantakuna, and then formally we just established a POP in data hub in data space in Putali Sadak, and another one in Jaulakhel. Now we've recently expanded it. So currently we have in Data Hub in Thapathali, as well as we are setting up another one in Access World in Pulchok. So next up, we'll be connecting with GIDC POP, government data centers as well. So there's dedicated connection between data space and data hub currently, but the dotted ones are like projected. We are also putting up a POP outside Kathmandu Valley. We did our due diligence recce in the various cities in outside the Kathmandu Valley. The traffic as such might not be very high, but it's a starting point, because when npIX started, again, the traffic was not very high. So we believe that once we go outside Kathmandu Valley, the traffic will also start to increase over there. Infra offerings is basically a layer 2 switching fabric. Right? There is only connect npIX ma. It's we do not do traffic filtering or sniffing or do a traffic management, but we just provide the transit as a layer 2 switch. We have 3 networks within the network, one quarantine network, or management network, or production network. There's a process of enrollment and onboarding. We provide 1G, 10G, 40G, 100G ports available for our members. By default, they get 1G or 10G, depending on their preference. We provide up to 2 port POPs. Currently, we have like 42 members connected. So the members include all the many ISPs, bigger ISPs, all the bigger ISPs, Telco, Nepal Telecom, Ncell, and then as well as data centers and some other content providers, including Kantipur and some other providers. NetNode I root server pani hamroma it's hosted. So we have just setting up mroot server also. So root server ko pani testay PCS ko server pani we are hosting it. So PCS ko D and E root servers are ko chai हामीले provide गरिरहेका छौं, PCS le provide गरिरहेका छौं, so that transit can be paired with. So PCS also carries 125 CCTLDs, so and then quad DNS as well. So that helps our members a lot. त्यस्तै किसिमले रुट सर्भर र लुकिङ ग्यासको फेसिलिटी पनि हामीले प्रोभाइड गरिरहेका छौँ र हाम्रो सपोर्ट र सेक्रेटरिएटको लागि हामीले एनरेनलाई चाहिँ जिम्मेवारी दिइरहेका छौँ। र यो आईएक्स को कामको साथसाथै npIX has also been involved with community development and training and support. We partnered with Internet Society, npNOG, SANOG, APNIC. अघि मैले भने जस्तो npNOG was initiated by npIX. Now यो npNOG like growth गर्दा अब 8औं संस्करणसम्म पुग्दाखेरि npIX has become a co-host and the leading host is npNOG. So basically the growth has the small child has grown and has taken over the creator. So same way, I mean we've Apricot 2018 मा गरेका थियौं, धेरै जनालाई याद पनि होला. It was a big jamboree of the IT and networking event. Thanks to NTA again, a big support from NTA at that time. We brought in about 600 plus 650 foreign delegates from outside to Nepal. A big contribution to the national economy at that time, to the hotels and then as well as many other sectors. So, त्यस्तै किसिमले हामीले last year COVID बाट first in-person event चाहिँ Marriott मा गरेका थियौं, SANOG गरेका थियौं, npIX र npNOG ले चाहिँ host गरेर. Then as of now we have these are the people who are in the board. Kishore Pant ji, unfortunately he could not come today because of his injury. So Kishore Pant ji is the chairman. We have Gaurav Rajopadhyay, Deepak Shrestha, Samit Jana, Indivar Badal, Kavindra Shrestha, myself, Rupesh Shrestha, and Binay Bora as an honorary board member. यो केही स्ट्याट्सहरु सो जनरली हामीले आईएक्स अपडेट्सहरु गर्दाखेरि दिने स्ट्याट्सहरु चाहिँ प्रेजेन्ट गर्छ. सो पीटीएस भनेको पुतली सडकको र जाउलाखेलको जेडब्ल्यूएस र डेटा हबको स्ट्याट्सहरु चाहिँ हामीले यसमा पिक ट्राफिकहरु, राउट सर्भर र पेयरिङ डीबी को लिस्ट पनि गरिरहेका छौं. Impact that probably some of the impacts that we've made, local traffic like local गर्नलाई npIX ले चाहिँ ठुलो हेल्प गरेको छ. सो त्यस्तै किसिमले faster response for local content traffic, significant cost saving for our members. देशको भनौं न foreign currency बाहिर पठाउनेलाई अलिकति सेभ गर्नलाई पनि हामीले significantly हेल्प गरेको छ. If you calculate the 80 Gbps को traffic that we saved yesterday, that accounts to like a significant amount probably in a saving. For a membership fee of monthly 10,000 rupiah, right? 10,000 rupees per month. I think it's a big saving for our members as well. Infrastructure upgrades or expansions continuously गरिरहेका छौं. So basically हामीले switches किन्ने र extra additional POPs सेटअप गर्ने काम गरिरहेका छौं. we have engagement with international organizations like npNOG8, npIX, SANOG र Apricot, both ingress and egress. हामीले उनीहरूलाई ल्याएर So APIX भनेर Asia Pacific Internet Exchange को मा पनि हामीले चाहिँ participate गरेर I was in the steering committee र we npIX ले चाहिँ नेपालको npIX भने नेपालको एउटा internet exchange भनेर चाहिँ राम्रो establish चाहिँ गर्न सकेको छ. So having said that, I also some of the things that we are trying to do is maybe build maybe if working with the government, we have like been discussing about capability development plans with along with npNOG and then maybe with MTA. So we are working on that right now. Samit lagi mero data ali milena ta bhanyo tara maybe around 800 jati ko agi 1000 bhaneko thiye. So I correct that. So we've trained around 800 people so far through npNOG. So that probably will increase to a little bit more. 1000 was probably some of the npIX ले गरेको training हरु पनि त्यो Samit. So let me correct that again. So 1000 जतिलाई अहिले हामीले ट्रेनिङ गरिसकेका छौं last 4-5 years मा. So अब यो स्पिड चाहिँ एकदम रफ्तार पक्रिन्छ र we are with npNOG र त्यसको साथसाथै हामीले चाहिँ अर्को एउटा प्रोग्राम पनि चाहिँ ट्रेनर्सहरुको लागि ट्रेनर्स डेभलपमेन्ट प्रोग्राम पनि ल्याउँदै छौं. ट्रेनर्स क्यापेबिलिटी डेभलपमेन्ट प्रोग्राम पनि ल्याउँछौं. सो हिजो समितले वर्कसपमा पनि भन्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो कि वर्कसपमा ट्रेनिङ लिनेहरु अब we want them to come back as a trainer. So उहाँहरुलाई ट्रेनर बनाउनको लागि के क्यापेसिटी डेभलपमेन्ट गर्नुपर्छ, we will do that and we'll be jointly working with NTA, npNOG and other organizations to execute that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rupesh sir. I think what we can say about npIX is that it's growing bigger every day, and I hope it's learning by doing and it's doing what it's learning. So, for a moment, I would like to take a moment to give a round of applause for achieving the record-breaking traffic yesterday of 85 Gbps in npIX. I think a big role was because of the Nepal versus West Indies match as well, which was not broadcast in television. So whatever it is, it's the record till now. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Deepak Shrestha, founder Data Hub, for his keynote on shaping Nepal's data center landscape and Nepal's first commercial data center. Welcome, sir.
He's gonna, hello? Yeah. I hope this thing works, right? It wasn't working again. That works. Okay. Yeah. सबैलाई नमस्ते. मेरो नाम दीपक श्रेष्ठ. I'm the founder member of Data Hub. I think one of the flyer says that it's the first commercial data center. I don't think we are the first ones, but one of the first ones. And with the leading data center, Nepal. English and Nepal bolchu होला म. When we started data center way back in 2000, and we started building in 2010, took about 2 years to build the first data center, first private data center, because I'm a technical know-how pani thiena. So we actually hired a consultant from Singapore to build the data center for us. It was the first data center with about 28 to 30 racks. त्यति बेला it was a humongous task for us. We did not know how a data center operates. And what are the pros, cons, or even how to operate? I'm a big challenge to you. But anyways, we've come a long way. I'll take you across the entire story. Probably is the first one anybody has done a data center presentation in Nepal. And I remember speaking 2016, we talked about Internet Rewind, the first npNOG, way back in 2016. I think that was the closing presentation. I'd like to thank npNOG for giving me this opportunity to be a keynote speaker here in Nepal. Thanks. Before that, let me just give you a brief background about myself. Somebody's been impressive putting across to me. I started my career way back in 1996 with Mercantile. In the dial-up days, internet was only dial-up 9.6 kbps to 14.4 kbps. Way back now, we are in gbps, so it's a long way. Getting old, but not as old as Rupesh probably. Right, anyways, okay. So let me just brief you about Data Hub. We are a data center operator. We have also transitioned into a cloud service provider. I'll talk about this and how we did this. So we own and operate 2 data centers, one in Kathmandu, the other one in Butwal. Kathmandu, we are located in Thapathali. Whereas in Butwal, we are located close to Nepal Electricity Authority substation, because we wanted close proximity with the fiber connectivity, so that we have reliability, etc. So 2 data centers from us, the entire country. I think the commercial number of data centers could be 8. All of us, the other data center providers, etc. Commercial data centers could be 8 in Nepal, the entire country. Which is way less. I think we need much more because as digitization happens, as people use more digital technologies, there's more of digital adoption in Nepal. Data center requirement would be more vital, because as npIX wants to put traffic local in Nepal, what data centers would do is they would put data local in Nepal. That is very, very fundamental. Unless and until data remains local here in Nepal, traffic in Nepal will never grow up. So a data center and an IX will always go hand in hand in any country. So the importance of a data center is very, very vital. Okay, giving number of data centers, number of commercial data centers. US some 2,700 data centers. India has roughly about 138 data centers. We are here at about 8 commercial data centers. And not very big. The data centers are not very big. I think we may be one of the largest. I'm not really sure. We've got 100 racks, which when we say 100 racks, it's quite a lot, because that took us a long time to get to this level. But now, like digital adoption, like maybe the time for 100 to 200, or maybe 200 to 500, maybe shorter. But this took a long time. And I hope with the digital adoption that's going to happen, this number is going to increase for us. And this has been good to the entire country, because the data will stay local here in Nepal. Azaguddin, I don't think there are any stats saying that how much of websites or how much of applications of how much of data, Nepali data is residing out of country. We do not know. Government ko size ta bahira chha bhani sunincha hai. We are not really sure. Maybe a lot of enterprise data, corporate data, could be anybody data staying out of country. They need to be brought back home so that the data is localized here in Nepal. We have more traffic on the internet exchange, and the data becomes localized here in Nepal. Okay, let me run over the Data Hub story, how we began and what happened. 2012, this is the year that we built our first commercial data center in Thapathali. 2012, but roughly about 10, 11 years. It's been a long journey. We started with roughly about 28 to 30 racks. It was really difficult going to people and telling them what is a data center and why people need to put up their data in a commercial data center where they will have much more better efficiencies. Their operational costs are going to be lowered, and it would help it would help an organization or any institute. The Garda, it took us a long time. To fill us about 5 racks, I think it took us about a year. The first 5 racks took us about a year or more. And, you know, it was very, very difficult in the initial years. People just did not know what a data center is. But thank God, as of now, a lot of at least IT companies do not build their own data centers. They actually outsource data center capacity to data centers like us. And they're also adopting cloud, which we'll talk about later. 2015, we had the earthquake and the embargo. The earthquake, I'll talk about it. I also have slides, how we survived the earthquake, what went wrong, and how we've overcome it. Embargo was another big situation for us because the earthquake, yeah, right. Because of the requirement of diesel, we need hundreds of liters of fuel to run our data centers and data center. And the Nepal Bankers Association helped us a lot getting fuel from Nepal Electricity Authority in tankers because they thought that this infrastructure was really, really critical for the banks. So that really helped us. Nepal Rashtra Bank also helped us to get diesel directly from Nepal Oil Corporation to our data center. And we had a huge underground tank, which we had already built in case of emergencies of this sort. But anyways, embargo was a situation wherein, we had a difficult time. Earthquake of Barima, I'll talk about later. So it was in 2015, we also built our second data center. When the data center was being built, actually, we had the earthquake. The earthquake happened in April, and I think we launched our data center in September in Butwal. 2017, we started our cloud services, infrastructure as a service. 2019, we had growth, a lot of growth. It was near about COVID time, we had growth because I believe that is when a lot of companies realized that, they need to start adopting IT to remain, to be more efficient, maybe more productive. So we had a lot of growth during COVID days as well. 2020, we started firewall as a service, WAF as a service, backup as a service. 2021, disaster recovery as a service. 2012, we launched another service called platform as a service, which I'll talk to you later. Customer breakdown. Okay, 18% of our customers are BFSIs, corporates of 7%, 30% ISPs, IT companies about 10%, fintech 16%, 19% retail racks. When we started, it was only BFIs that actually could afford a data center. It was only BFIs who did it because NRB, Nepal Rashtra Bank mandated them to go to a proper data center with proper fire control, proper access control, etc. ISPs ko त्यति थिएन requirement, but as you see right now, 30% of our capacity is utilized by ISPs. The reason being is ISPs are growing because of CDN players. A lot of CDN, a lot of broadband growth. Samit's slides showed us, the growth that ISPs have had in the recent times. We are virtually, wiring the entire country. So that has actually given us a lot of growth. So this growth has been primarily in Kathmandu. And because the primarily has been Kathmandu. But as the data center footprint actually grows in the other districts, I believe the adoption or uptake would be similar. I also would like to point out fintech. Fintech would be another another domain or another thing that would grow in Nepal. I would see like last year, this number was close less than 10%. It has grown over this years, but PSOs or PSPs license there. So I don't know if everybody is going to survive, but definitely there's growth happening. PhonePe, Khalti, now we have UPI coming from India. So these are all going to give us a lot of growth because people are going to use this for a lot of applications that will come in the future. Okay, the growth that we have had, this growth that you would see is not really customer-based growth, but I'll talk about racks. I'll also talk about power, PUE, when you have concepts for data center efficiency or measure like this. I'll talk about it. Kosiko quick questions, and you can please raise your hands and ask me questions or case. Okay, over the years, 2014 देखिको data मैले राखेको छु because I did not want to be, I didn't want the data to be cramped. So 2014 we had about 40 racks capacity. We consumed about 18. The blue one is consumption. The green one is the capacity that we had. So over this years, we have grown from 18 to 25, 29, 35, 50, 56. If you see 2018, we've got a good leap. 2019, 20, 21, 22 and 23, we're about 92. So we're roughly about 92%. We've got 100 racks right now. We're 92% fill. And we have not yet built another data center, another space because of the economic crisis that's going on in the country. It's a big issue that we're also facing. But anyways, this has been our growth, and the growth has been pretty steady. But in looking at it, really, this growth is nothing really compared to other countries where the digital adoption has been more heavy, like in India or elsewhere. Power requirement, the green one is the installed capacity. The power installed capacity is the green one. The orange one tells you the total power consumption that we've done, and the blue one would say the IT load. Okay, so we've gone through a humble 33 kVA load to 258 kVA loads, and we right now have installed capacity of load of 1 megawatt, which is pretty big. We did not expect this to come, but we thought that in 2021, the data space is going to grow. So we have that installed capacity of power. It's not racks, it's not racks. Power ko lagi bhane हामीले चाहिँ design गरेको छ हाम्रो system of 1 megawatt. This is DC and DR. We've got two data centers. I wouldn't say DC and DR, but two data centers in Kathmandu and Butwal. Duita combine गरेर दिएको results. Right now, our load of IT load is nearly about 0.5 megawatt between Kathmandu and Butwal. The PUE, that's the power user effectiveness. We are hovering between 1.5. Yeah, it's about 1.5 to 1.6 over Garirasa. 2018, if you notice, we had a leap of 1.75. This is the average annual PUE that we've calculated. The reason is because I think we cranked up a couple of cracks. That's the cooling for few number of racks. We had to pump in the entire crack. The PUE actually went up. But the average has been close to 1.5, 1.6. The Europe, they consider 1.2, 1.25 to be a very good number. The closer to 1 is a good number for PUE. The international average, I went through this thing called Statista, yeah, and they have given about 1.55 as a global average for PUE. So we're not far behind looking at global average. So ineffectiveness, that's all, but we're not far behind. Okay, coming back, to 2015, where the earthquake happened. I have a few videos of the the racks shaking, the cracks that happened in the walls, etc. But luckily, nothing went wrong. All services were intact. None of the racks went down, and we survived it. Okay, if you see it, there you go. Cracks sort of film and tiles there. Okay, because these were racks these were walls which was only 9 inches. If you see that the thing is shaking, the lights went off. Okay, they cleared the rain, so the racks are shaking there. This is the first earthquake, right? The first one in 2015, April 15, first shake. The other angle, if you see the racks is shaking, but thank God nothing went wrong. The racks were not screwed by then. It was not screwed, just shook. Yeah, I think this is it. There is another one for the other shake that happened, the second one. If you notice the crack, the first one that came, I think, after a couple of minutes, second one. I was rushing to the data center when this happened. This is a knock room, actually. There you go. Yeah, I think this is the end of the pictures. Or the videos. Okay, yeah. This is the damage that had happened. These are stills. Pure cracks, sir. These are 9 inches walls. The power room, if you look at it, pure crack back here. Thank God they did not topple. Look at it. Majala damage rasa. Look at it. The damage here as well. Here. Okay. So we went through a lot of engineers, and we wanted to actually fix those walls, 9-inch walls. But the walls that we cannot tear it out because people, the racks are operational, and we want to repair it. We want to make it strong so that if the next quake happens, the racks don't fall, sorry, the walls which are already weakened don't fall off and, interrupt services. So we wanted a solution that would be, come and you could retrofit it, but again, we could do it very quietly so that the existing services are not affected. And dust pani aunu bhayena. There is dust pani aunu bhayeko because the servers are running. If you have more dust, the operation can be futile. So we came up with a solution called, somebody recommended us, a solution called glass fiber reinforced polymer. And we went through a lot of documentation, etc. And धेरै ठाउँमा पनि यो use गर्दो रहेछ. So this is what we did. We kind of, what happened? Okay, we passed, these are the glass fiber that we had to patch in all the cracks right across all the walls without interrupting the existing services. We had to do it slowly, maybe few meters per day. Look at it, the entire data center was fully reinforced. And its main concept of fiber anchor, wherein they bring all of the glass fiber and then put it on a nut bolt and then screw it up in a wall. As everything is just becomes one big dikka. This is what we did. Oops. Okay, yeah, this is what we did. And luckily, when the next shakes happened, we still strong there. Cracks came from Basina, and we're good. Okay, yeah. What does it take to be a good data center operator? Couple of things. I will also talk about experience what will happen to us. Yeah, first of all, the capability and competence. Yeah, definitely, you need to have the capability to run a data center. Running a data center, building one, yes, it's easy. You give your PO to a particular data center builder and he would just come and build it for you. But then the responsibility to run a data center is humongous. If somebody's data is very, very important that you have taken full responsibility to be in a data center. And, this is, you have to take a lot of responsibility and a lot of risk associated with it, because it looks very, very simple, but let's say an entire organization, everything is data right now, data is valuable, stays in a server on a rack, and something happens to a data center. You're held responsible. So you have SLAs, you have your boundaries, but then still, as a data center provider, you need to really be capable of taking that ownership of the responsibility. That's key, Bansuma. Then definitely proper design and planning with your power redundancies. Nepal power reliability is still very, very bad. I think our data center generators were running 18 hours per day for the past 4 to 5 days. It's been bad in Tapathali, and Aru ठाउँमा त I'm sure it'll be much worse. Butolma पनि I've heard it's been running for a couple more hours than it used to be because load vatta बढाएको छ अरे and NEA cannot suffice that load. Even if you have on-demand transformers in yourself, we have two transformers in data hub Tapathali, but still, we don't get reliable power from Nepal Electricity Authority. So proper design in power, UPS, your backups, batteries, your cracks, cooling, efficient hunu paryo, because you don't get spare parts locally here in Nepal. So you need to maintain proper redundancy so that, if one thing fails, the other one is taking up immediately. So they are planning or I think what we did is on the first data center, we got a Singapore consultant who had been doing a lot of work in Indonesia, help us actually design a good fault tolerant data center, and then we've been replicating that. Yeah, location also plays a very vital role because you really have to be located in a strategic location wherein you've got good reliable power, good reliable fiber connectivity, and closer to customers too. Sometimes remaining closer to customer also makes a lot of sense, particularly if it's their primary site. So location also plays a vital importance. Scalability, yeah, you need to be, the data center needs to be scalable. When you start, yeah, small space like Puksa, we usually start small. That's the logic, all Nepalese, we do it. We start very small and we are frugal in the nature that we are. We need to plan at least, or keep in mind that this data center is going to be not 100 racks, but you need to plan to be 200 or 400, 500 racks. At least plan much to go either horizontally or vertically. Proper maintenance, okay? We've had a lot of incidents with maintenance. Our maintenance, say, Nepal is very, very critical. You need to have in-house engineers to maintain a lot of your UPSs, your cracks, your active components. You need to be very, very careful with that. We also need to outsource it to experts to actually give proper maintenance and the quarterly maintenance that you do with contracts that you do with your vendors. I'll give you an instance wherein maintenance also, when you don't do proper maintenance, things go wrong. I forget the year, I think it was 2016 or maybe earlier 2015, wherein one of the UPSs, we had a maintenance schedule and we pulled out one of the UPSs from the chassis, cleaned it up, whatever we had to do, did everything and slotted it back in, okay? The engineer, actually, it was the engineer's fault that he did not slide in the entire UPS, crack it to lock it in. So there was a millimeter or maybe a fraction of that millimeter gap between the connectors and the UPS. So that's kind of kept building up heat over months, over weeks. So the heat, there was a fire, I wouldn't say a fire, but a smoke incident. The smoke incident, smoke started coming in and the smoke alarm went in. The moment the smoke alarm went in, the engineers rushed to the location and found out there's smoke there and had to power off the UPS. Had to power the UPS so that to avert a fire incident. Okay, human error, but our data center went down. It's the first time our data center has been down for the past 11 or 12 years. We went down for 12 to 13 minutes. I forget the exact time, but we went down at that time because of a wrong maintenance that was done on the UPS. So maintenance plays a very, very vital role. Customers got furious, we had a downtime, but it was only power A that went down, no? Power B was on. But there are a lot of customers who only maintain or keep their loads, IT loads or network power only on power A. Power B ma lidena load, okay? So त्यति बेला हामीलाई त्यति problem त भएन, तर had been this case, had that case been now, it had been really, really difficult for us. The entire, I would say, fintech probably, 95% of fintech industries depend on our data center. Everything would have just gone down, zoop. So it was, it's very, very critical. So maintenance, we pay a very good amount of, importance, and we give a lot of time and money on maintenance. Okay, yeah, this was another topic that Rupesh already covered. npNOG8 Data Hub. Yeah, npX in Data Hub. I would like to thank npX for giving us this opportunity, trusting us, and putting us all this confidence and hosting Data Hub hosting npX at Data Hub. And I hope we can also host you at Butwal, so that we can take data centers. We can take exchanges to district at the district level, or not even district, at least at the regional level. Okay, 2017, we transitioned into cloud service provider. We have a few variants of cloud. I'll talk about it very quickly. Time's up. Time's up. Oh, I don't have time. Sorry, let me rush it quickly. Oh, 5 minutes. All right, fine. So we've got infrastructure as a service. We've got platform as a service that we brand as Yeti Cloud. And we also have software as a service. Currently, only one product called SAP Business One. But I would really request the entire community to come up with a SaaS platform and we can tie up. If you have any applications that we can tie up and then bring this in the cloud as software as a service. Okay, we give both the flavors. We have infrastructure as a service on the right, which we have virtual machines, etc. And then we have on the left, where you can do things with containers, Dockers, and Kubernetes, and what else they call it. Okay, yeah, let me just briefly talk about Yeti Cloud. This is a flagship product that we've introduced 2 years ago. It's a platform as a service by Data Hub. We branded it as Yeti Cloud. Our product create गरेको. So what it does is anything as a service. You could do platform as a service, WordPress as a service, database as a service, container as a service, anything as a service, including infrastructure as a service. It's a product that you could try. You could go and sign up with the Data Hub, with the Yeti Cloud. It's got great feature is pay-per-use. You just pay per whatever that is being used, right? You don't actually virtual machine. You also pay for the CPU or the memory that you don't use. Whereas with container based, you could pay per use. This is something that you could do, which is very, very cost effective. Okay, it's very, very easy. GUI, where you can manage stuff. You could have vertical scaling. You can grow up vertically. You could grow up horizontally. You can become fatter, or you could bring more containers side by side as load grows on automatically and scale it down when you don't need it. This can all be monitored on your own GUI. We already have a pre-configured marketplace for apps. It's already configured there. Clusters are also configured. Okay, but yeah, what Rupesh also said, why don't we bring all traffic here in Nepal? I would say, why don't we bring all data here in Nepal, host in Nepal for local, low latency, localized content, local billing. Of course, you don't have to pay dollars for your services in AWS or Google or Azure. You also get 24/7 support in Nepali. And we've always been saying, stay local, serve Nepal. The Tego that NPI carries along with, I'm sure, all the other data centers here in Nepal. Okay, we are open to partnership that I said, Agipani, with particularly on SaaS, software as a service. If you got any applications that you'd like to bring to the cloud, we're happy to actually join hands and we could take it up to the Nepalese customers as a joint effort. Yeah, thank you so much. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Deepak sir. So since we are already beyond schedule, let's not waste any time. I would like to call upon Mr. Anandraj Khanal. He's telecom and ICT expert and former vice chairman of Nepal Telecommunication Authority. He's going to talk about ICT infrastructure in Nepal, its challenges and its opportunities. Thank you.
कहाँबाट नयाँ पोस्ट क्रिएट गर्दैछ एनटीएले भाइस चेयरमैन पनि क्रिएट गरेछ सर छैन Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you npNOG. I remember 2016 when npNOG started. मलाई चाहिँ ICT infrastructure challenges and opportunities भन्ने शीर्षक दिएको छ. अब इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको बारेमा कुरा गर्दाखेरि अब हामीले देखिहाल्यो नेपालमा infrastructure was developed parallelly by Nepal NTC, telecommunication network बन्यो. Especially we had the television networks, and then we had radio networks, we had cable television network. So all were developed in silos, providing different kind of services. So NTC was focusing on voice service, similarly, radio service and television service and cable television service. Now what happened is, after the technology advanced and analog services, analog technology was converted into digital technologies, what happened is slowly the voice, video and data started merging, converging together. And now we have from dial-up network to ADSL to FTTS, providing all kind of converged services. This is the kind of scenario in the network development. We have all kind of IP networks throughout, whether you talk about the backbone networks, talk about the access networks, talk about the core networks, it is in the IP platform. That means whatever is remaining is also transitioning into IP, from IPv4 to IPv6. That is the overall scenario. Now we have seen that this broadband infrastructure that providing voice, data, and video services, behind these, you have a lot of other kind of networks or infrastructure that is required. Just now, we're talking about npIX, the Internet Exchange Points, and it started in 2002, thanks to Gaurav. And then that was from the totally, non-profit private sector. The government didn't have the vision, still don't have the vision. This budget has a provision for establishing Internet Access Points and data centers also. So recently, Deepak talked about how data center came into operation since 2012 from the private sector. So the government also had a government data center in Hetauda and Kathmandu. And you see what happened in the massive DDoS attack, how the government responds to very critical data hosted inside. And, Lok Seva Ayog lost the data. They couldn't recover it. It's a shame. Okay. So when we are talking about ICT or digital infrastructure, it is not only the network that is very important. NTA currently, since many years, is trying to build a robust, scalable, very high-speed broadband network, the backbone and access network. The backbone network, the whole story of the completion of 2 years was given to complete the network. It's already 4, 5, 6 years down the line. We are not able to do it. On the access side, back in 2015, we talked about 500 kbps as a broadband, the minimum speed, kbps, not mbps. Now, there's no ISP in this hall or in Nepal who provides less than 10 Mbps service. Probably NTC does it through ADSL somewhere, right? So the kind of consumption, Deepak was talking about digital adoption. And digital adoption is the way that gives rise to opportunities for all the stakeholders in the ICT ecosystem business, right? This is the kind of, this is a digital infrastructure that we are thinking of. Now we're talking about Nepal has a very typical geography. So one kind of network solution is not enough. So we should talk about technology mix. You talk about fiber, you talk about terrestrial microwave, you talk about radio networks, you talk about satellite. So we need a mix of technologies wherever feasible, right? And then you have, I talked about data centers, I talked about internet access points and the cloud service, Deepak already talked about. And the internet backbone, lot of routers, switches, DWDM equipments, and all this, the security is becoming very vital because most of the networks are providing services to critical infrastructures. If anything goes wrong with the critical infrastructure through cyber threats or cyber attacks, then the national security threat is evident. So security mechanism is very, very critical in this. We think that cybersecurity is all about antivirus and firewall and intrusion detection. Cybersecurity is a very big term, that there are attacks which are done by social engineering, human frailties. For example, there is a message that you won this kind of lottery, and we think we never applied for a lottery, and you still think that there could be, and we click in the link, and now we live in an age where nanovectors and polymorphic attacks are there. Through your mobile phone, through the internet, to the data centers, your whole network could be down anytime. This is the age of sixth generation cyber attacks. So cyber security is becoming very, very critical at this point. Now I'll go to the challenges. Challenges, particularly Nepal's geography, is a very big challenge for developing ICT infrastructure and supporting infrastructure. Deepak was talking about, I was talking with him about the reliability of the power supplies. Kathmandu is okay, but Butwal is not okay. So we think that we don't think at the government side, at the regulator side, when we make decision, we do not calculate, we do not estimate, we do not think 360-degree when we make decisions on any policies or laws. So how difficult it is to maintain a data center is just explained by Deepak. We should understand those all difficulties, facilitate the partnership with the stakeholders who are providing other services. For example, right of way. Right of way, if you talk about putting fiber through the jungle area or any other areas, it may take 1 year or 2 years, even for a government agency like NTC. And NTA, the chairman Saab is here, the quality of service requirement, the rollout obligations, they are not in silos. This is a big challenge. One policy is there, okay, telecommunication, digital transformation is our priority, will facilitate everything. Today I heard the Prime Minister saying this, the Minister saying this, the Chairman saying this, and on the other side, the same government, same other ministries have other provisions that do not facilitate right of ways. Or the NEA, for example, you know the story of NEA. They cut the power for data centers, for ISPs. And still we say that ICT is our priority. So these are the big challenges for us. Human resource challenge, thanks to NOG, they are doing every 2 times a year, probably. When first was done, I said, money, if you need money, don't worry, we'll support. And the same thing, we 2 brothers, Khanals, we are supporting it with big heart. But now I see so many people have joined when we facilitated the first one, right? So human resource development, अब हामी कहिलेकाहीँ यो भाषण पनि गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ उहाँहरूलाई हैन, नत्र भने त म यो ट्रेनिङमै फोकस गर्न भन्छु के, यो भाषणले खासै त्यति धेरै उत्पत्ति केही पनि गर्दैन। अब तपाईहरुको राइट अफ वे को कुरा गरे, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को कुरा गरे, रोड ट्रान्सपोर्टेशन को कुरा गरे, इफ यू टक अबाउट providing broadband, mobile broadband services, creating towers in the Midwest, they had to airlift to a particular place, and then the मान्छेले बोकेर जान सक्ने पनि थिएन त्यस्तो टावर, त्यस्तो ठाउँमा गएर हामीले चाहिँ टावरहरु राखेको पनि छ। भनेपछि हामीले जहिले पनि when we make policies, laws, regulations, we shouldn't think in mind that these guys are doing business, they should be controlled. त्यस्तो भएन कि, they have a lot of difficulties, we should facilitate, हैन, गभर्नमेन्ट एजेन्सीहरुलाई पनि एकै ठाउँमा ल्याउनु पर्यो। जस्तो NEA लाई अलिकति मैले बैकुण्ठ अर्याल, when he became the secretary of the Ministry of Communication and IT, I tweeted him mentioning him that this is your acid test. When the NEA was very vehement in cutting the all fibers unless they pay the charge, I told him in Twitter that this is your acid test. If you don't take it proactively, anything can happen. Cool man is cool man. Right? And thanks, NTA was very, very strong that stating Telecom Act, Section 47, subsection 5, that 5 years imprisonment term was there. So we could invoke that, right? And NTA was very proactive on that in facilitating. But NTA like the gonnu paryo ni ta ule feri, right? NTA le भने त मान्नु पर्यो. अब तपाईले देख्नुभयो अहिले क्यानको चाहिँ त्यो फेन्स काट्दिएर बालनले हैन अदालतले फेरि बालनकै फेभरमा स्टे अर्डर दिएर छ. मतलब this is the country like this, you know, you cannot predict what people at different government agencies think. They work in silos, there is no coordination, you know, these people themselves are kings. एउटाले भनेर अर्को मान्नेवाला छैन. म अदालतको आदेश मान्दिन, म सरकारको आदेश मान्दिन when it comes to patriotism, when the national sovereignty, भनेर बालनले खुले आम लेख्थ्यो. भनेपछि we work in a very high risk zone. The whole investment of ICT infrastructure is working in a very high risk zone. You cannot predict what happens on policies, laws, regulation next day. Without consultation, another regulation comes. For example, during the previous minister in the MOCIT, radio regulation was amended, 11th amendment, to include OTTs, video on demand. And that was very risky for all the investors in ICT infrastructure. Okay. So there are challenges, but the opportunities are there. There are so many people who do 16 hours intermittent fasting to make their health. Okay. But can you fast for a few minutes to access internet? So this is the great opportunity for stakeholders investing in ICT infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand sir, and my sincere apologies. He's one of the example of policy advocacies and its impact. Thank you, Anand sir. So now let's move on to the next segment for this session, the last segment for this session. So it's one of the most important one. Here we recognize our speakers and sponsors. So to recognize them, I would like to call upon on the stage Mr. Rupesh Bhaktashrestha, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Puneet. Thank you, Puneet. Okay. Thank you very much, Puneet. So we are at the end of this opening session. I would like to request Chairman sir to give away some of the speaker trophies as well as sponsors trophies. So all the speakers and sponsors, I would like you to stay back. If somebody from the sponsor side is outside, please call them in. First speaker, I'd like to request Chairman sir to come up on the stage. Samit, if you can also come up on the stage. And Lozanda, if you can also come up on the stage, please. Anand sir. Anand sir, the speaker, so it's okay. Trophies. So first up, I would like to request Samit sir to give away this token to Purushottam Khanal sir for accepting our request and for being a chief guest of this event today. Next up, I would like to request Maz-san, Yoshinobu Matsuzaki. Thank you, Mat-san, for flying all the way from Japan to, I'd like to request Purushottam sir to give away this to Mat-san. I'd also like to request Deepak Shrestha, our keynote speaker for today. Thank you, Deepak, for your keynote presentation. Request. I'd like to request Pankaj Kumar Thakur. Pankaj Kumar Thakur. Oh, he's on the way, I think. Also like to request Priya Ranjan Karan to come up, please. Bye. See. I'd like to request Purushottam sir to give away this to Anand Rajguna sir. Priya Ranjan Karan. Is he coming or? Okay. So we'll do the speaker recognition. Sorry, sponsors recognition. Kizis, can you help with the sponsors trophies? Oh, we have Priya Ranjan, I think. So thank you, Priya Ranjan, for your excellent presentation. Next up, we will have a sponsors recognition, a very important recognition. So we have Airtel business. Airtel, anybody from Airtel? Bharat, anybody? Bharat, thank you very much, Airtel, for becoming a platinum sponsor for npNOG8. We really appreciate this gesture. I'd like to request Chairman sir to give away this. And next up, I would like to request Anand sir to give away some of the other. Thank you. Next up, I'd like to request our diamond sponsor, Juniper. I'd like to request Anand Rajguna sir to give away this. Thank you, Juniper, for supporting us as a diamond the sponsor. Next, we have gold sponsors. Request anybody from Cisco. Cisco. Yeah, Anand sir, please for your the honor. Next up, I'd like to request Lochan sir to give away this one. Nokia, our another gold sponsor, Nokia. Anybody from Nokia? I think they're outside. Or we'll just call somebody from npNOG8, Warren. We'll just wait for Nokia, I guess. Nepal Telecom. Anybody from Nepal Telecom? I think there are many people from Nepal Telecom. Yeah. So maybe I'll request Wisdom Sal to give away this. Thank you, Nepal Telecom, for supporting us. I think Nokia, anybody from Nokia have the, okay. So we're giving away this token of appreciation till gold sponsor for now. Later on, we'll continue with the further presentations and further token of appreciation. So Nokia. Thank you, Nokia. Nokia has changed its logo, it seems, right? So thank you very much, Chairman, sir, for your. Thank you, Chairman, sir. Thank you, Anand, sir. Thank you, Lotan, sir. And thank you, Samit, sir. We next up will. Thank you, sir. So we are at the end of this opening plenary. Thank you very much for staying back and then listening to all the presentations very patiently. I hope it was productive and useful for you. And you now I would like to request you to head for a lunch. Lunch is served outside, just in the pre-function area. We'll come back exactly after 1 hour, if that's okay. Earlier the better. If you can make it by 45 minutes, that'll be really great. So we need to catch up. We are late by 30 minutes. We need to catch up on time. There are a lot of other presentations, very, very good presentations and panel discussions next session. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
other people also connected here. Acha, yeah. Yeah, put it here. And you have a handheld device? Yeah, I have speaker also. Yeah, that's the monitor for you. And I put it here also. Yeah, that is more. Yeah, thank you. Good. Just check in your slide. Thanks. Good. Nice arrangement. Oh, I could have used my tab also. Huh? Yeah, tab also. I have converter. Converter, so I have. No problem.
You're locked on to the #1 radio station. Number one radio station. The best music for your listening pleasure. You're locked on to the #1 radio station. Number one radio station. Number one. Best music. For your listening pleasure. You're locked on to the #1 radio station. Number one radio station. For your listening pleasure.
You don't ask your woman. If I were your woman, here's what I do. If I were your woman, if I were your woman. you don't ask if I were your woman. If I were your woman. If I were your woman. Here's what I do. But you don't ask. Your woman. Your woman. Your woman. Woman.
Hello, hello. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, please come inside. We are going to start the session. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed participants, good afternoon and welcome back from lunch to npNOG8 conference. I hope you all had a delightful lunch and are ready to delve into the engaging discussion and presentation we have lined up for the session. My name is Deepa Bhattrai. I'm the IT engineer from Nepal Police, and I'm also fellow of npNOG8, and I'm also working as a volunteer of npNOG. So today I'm your host for this session, and I'll be guiding you throughout this afternoon session. Without any further ado, let's get started and started with today's panel discussion and presentation. Our first speaker for the session is Mr. Pashupati Roy, the SP of Nepal Police. He will be presenting a crime log analysis, providing valuable insight into analysis of crime data. Please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Roy.
Good afternoon, Namaste and Jai Nepal. यो कन्फरेन्समा खासमा नेपाल पुलिसको तर्फबाट क्राइम लग एनालाइसिसमा चाहिँ हाउ वी एज ए नेपाल पुलिस और एज एन इन्भेस्टिगेटर analyze the data or how data lead us up to the culprit to track down and even present them before the court. So we'll discuss on this. Thank you very much, npNOG, to provide this opportunity. यो नेपाली फोटो भएकोले इङ्ग्लिस भन्दा नेपालीमा नि भन्ने बेटर होला यसमा के होला यसो पार्टिसिपेन्टबाट पाए नि हुन्थ्यो के young lady, she's from Nepal. How busy she is. Look at her. Each of her part is busy doing something. तर पनि मोबाइल छोड्नु भएको छैन उहाँले सिज यो पुरै फोटोज त आएको छैन तर यो फोटोमा नेपालकै सबभन्दा हामीले जुन फास्ट ट्र्याक हाइवे भन्छौँ इस्ट वेस्ट हाइवे त्यो क्रस गरिराख्नु भएको छ उहाँ चाहिँ त्यो क्रस गर्ने क्रममा पनि आफ्नो ज्यानको पनि उहाँलाई मतलब छैन भन्ने देखिन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई प्रष्ट रूपमा शी इज नट केयरिङ एट अल इभन हर ओन लाइफ looking at the mobile or device like something is coming or maybe miracle be happen. So this one is showing that how connected we are in this age, and in this age of this technology, when we are talking about the different new technologies. I think within this globe, Nepal is a country where we can find a guide traveling with us, can take our device from our pocket and put our thumbs on that device, and then you can see or imagine whatever
he or she can do. यो नेपालमै हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई बाटोमा हिँडिरहेको मान्छेको पकेटबाट मोबाइल थिकेर जसको मोबाइल हो उसैको औँठा चोपलेर त्यसपछि मोबाइल अनलक गरेपछि के गर्न सक्छ whatever he or she can do. This type of crime we can only find in Nepal. I don't think across the globe यस्तो सिनारी हुन्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्दैन. यो सन्दर्भमा हामीले आजको यो जुन यो यति महत्त्वपूर्ण एउटा आईएसपीहरुसँगको यो कसरी अगाडि बढाउने भनेर कन्फरेन्स भइरहेछ मलाई लाग्छ एकदमै महत्त्वपूर्ण छ. The consequences we can see in data 28%. If we talk about estate registration of the cases we receive every day, within this fiscal year, we have received 8,500 cases. And among those cases, 20% of the cases are digital fraud or IT-related financial fraud. 18% revenge porn. Another 80% fake profile or impersonate. 1% is online child sexual abuse, blackmailing and defamation, 16 and 40%. So these are the scenario of Nepal, and these criminal cases are cyber-enabled crimes. When we talk about cyber-dependent crime, even government of Nepal or our infrastructure, which we can relate that critical information infrastructure has been compromised number of times. But I have a question also. As ISP, I think only government is not who is securing their cyberspace. I think it's a role of ISP also. When tsunami or flood of DDoS attack is coming, is there any ISP who has provided early warning to the government? Because only government throughout the world, only government or only stakeholder cannot secure their cyberspace. If someone is saying that he can or she can do, that is false. Security forces, there are massive attack on our server or database or whatever the infrastructure we have. And then the business and industries as a private sector. Day to day, we can see a flood of attacks are coming within our cyberspace. So the challenge is, even though as this type of crimes are technology based, Nepal police or investigator always looking for the technical evidences to prove those cases before the court. And taking those cases before the court, there are many procedures. The first one is how to track down or how to identify the culprit who is behind that cases. So in this between, the role of ISPs comes into. And the data shows that we have asked 1,441 inquiries to the ISP, and we got only 8% of data. And within that 8% also, 50% of the cases we have resolved through manually only, you can say. Because only technical data will not support us to produce those cases before the court. So when we ask, yes, there are tremendous help or support from ISPs. They are providing us even sometime in emergency situations, sometime even in normal situation. We, Nepal police or government of Nepal, sometimes get data from international different platforms. But when it comes to in our own territory and we ask for the details, we get 50 in. When we ask for a single IP, the detail of single IP, we get 15 different subscribers details. So within that situation, how can we identify a single guy or perpetrator behind the case? This is pretty much crucial for us. So during the collaboration, I think I have already mentioned also before, but the main or the few things we need to track down the cases are network logs, connection logs, and IP addresses. So ISP do have those details already, but when you ask to provide that, they're reluctant sometimes, or they even nowadays, the TV channel, not TV channel, we can say cable operators, they are also providing internet. We don't want anyone to stop the business. Run your business, but please provide necessary data which is required for the security of this nation, which is required for the investigation of the cases. And it is not only for the government. It's also for the individual, business, industries to grow. Otherwise, if we present ourselves, or if we say Nepal is not secure, then who will come here to invest into? So with this word, thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much. केही जिज्ञासा भए पाऊँ है यदि कसैको केही छ भने यस प्लिज त्यहाँ पछाडि रहेछ के जिज्ञासा रहेछ पछाडि सुन्नु
Hi, my name's Warren. I'm from npNOG8. In regards to the statistics that you showed for the cases that were reported, do you think that there's an underreport of cases? So the actual population doesn't know what to do when they are faced with some sort of cybercrime?
This one?
Yeah, if you have a look there, it's only a few thousand. So it's not very many compared to your population.
No, these one, I have just presented in the percentage. Actually, Nepal Police Cyber Bureau has registered 8,500 something cases up to yesterday. So for us, it's massive.
Okay.
Yes.
Just in regards to the statistics I've seen in other countries, we're looking at this time of the year, 250,000 cyber crimes reported already in Australia. You mentioned only 8,000 and your population's bigger than Australia. So I'm just saying, is it underreported and that the population doesn't know what to do when they face a cybercrime?
Yeah, we do admit that as much as we can register the cases, people or sometimes the victims, they have not that much access to report even. Like, so we have a different territory like Tarai and then Hima, what you can say, mountain, and then different territory. So the people from all across the Nepal have not that much access to come and report. But the people or victims who has reported to
don't understand what a cybercrime is. And so they just say, we can't take that because it's not valid report. Is that similar seen in the Nepal police and the law enforcement agencies?
Yeah, it's same even in Nepal. Actually, when it comes to cybercrime, we need technical expertise to handle those crimes. And when you go to, or if you go to the local police, they may not have idea about this crime. Sometimes say, oh, it's not a crime. So it's happening even in Nepal also. Thank you.
I have a question. So म चाहिँ नेपालीमा सोध्छु म.
हुन्छ.
So मेरो नाम समित, म ग्रुप सिटी अफ वर्ल्डिङ कम्युनिकेसन. तपाईले आफ्नो प्रेजेन्टेसनमा देखाउनु भयो कि कति 8% मात्र लग आइएसपी ले उपलब्ध गराउँछ र बाँकी चाहिँ माग्दाखेरि हुँदैन. तर तपाईले कारण खुलाउनु भएको छैन त्यसमा कि वाइ तपाई जब आइएसपी मा जानुहुन्छ हैन त्यति बेला चाहिँ आइएसपी ले के भन्छ त वाइ दे फिल दैट दे क्यानट प्रोवाइड द लग त्यसको मेन कारण चाहिँ के हो त्यस खुलाइदिनु हुन्छ कि.
थ्याङ्क यू. धेरै राम्रो क्वेसन सोध्नुभयो. फेरि आइएसपी बाटै सोध्नुभयो. मैले जुन 8% देखाएको छु नि, यो मैले अघि पनि भने यसमा 50% हामीले म्यानुअल नै ल्याएको हो. म्यानुअली टेक्निकली ल्याउने केसेसहरूमा जब हामीले आइएसपीहरूसँग डेटा माग्छौँ, उहाँहरूले चाहिँ एउटैमा कम्पनीमा 50 जनाको अथवा 35 जनाको 25 जनाको नाम दिनुहुन्छ क्या. कहिलेकाहीँ त डेटै छैन भनिदिनुहुन्छ. कतिसम्म भने आफ्नै आइएसपी को आफ्नै सर्भर कम्प्रोमाइज हुँदा पनि उहाँसँग पुलिसले जादु त गर्दैन. डेटा चाहियो एनालाइसिस गर्नलाई. उहाँहरूले त हामीसँग डेटा छैन भन्दिनु है. आइएसपी को कुरा गरिरहेको छु मैले. तर पनि हामीले लिएर आयौँ. कतिसम्म ल्याएर भने त्यो ह्याकर कतिसम्म रहेछ भने इन्टरनेटको कुरा गऱ्यो भने त नेपाल मात्रै कनेक्ट गरेर हुँदैन. यो त वर्ल्डमा जहाँ जे टेक्नोलोजी त्यो टेक्नोलोजी नेपालमा पनि प्रयोग भइरहेछ नि त. भनेपछि त्यो डिस्गाइज गर्नलाई जति पनि प्रविधि छ सम्पूर्ण प्रविधि उहाँले प्रयोग गर्नुभएको त्यही पनि हामीले लिएर आयौँ नेपाल पुलिसले हैन. तर त्यही केसेसमा इन्भेस्टिगेसन गर्नलाई यदि आइएसपीलाई माग्यो भने लग छैन भन्नुहुन्छ. इभन अब अहिले केस रिलेट गरौँ. हिजो मात्र एकजना आउनुभयो. उहाँले के भन्नुभयो भने सर आफ्नै छोरी कान्छी छोरीले जे दिदीलाई कान्छी दिदीको श्रीमानले कान्छी छोरीलाई चाहिँ अश्लील फोटो भिडियोहरू पठाइरहेको छन् है. एकजना लयर आउनुभयो त्यही हिजै. अनि त्यसपछि उहाँसँग कुरा गर्दा उहाँले के भन्नुभयो भने सर एउटा केसेस थियो हामी त जित्यौँ नि. कसरी जित्नुभयो भन्दा त्यो जुन यहाँहरूले केस चलाउनु भएको थियो त्यसमा दुइटै चाहिँ एउटै भनौँ न राउटरबाट प्रयोग गरेर एउटै घर भन्छ नजिकको रहेछ पासवर्ड सेयर गरेर रहेछ भनेपछि एउटै आइपीबाट सेन्ड पनि भएको छ रिसिभ पनि एउटैबाट भएको छ. पुलिसले यसमा त प्रुभै गरेन कुन चाहिँ आइपीबाट आएको भन्ने कुरा. मैले भने कमसेकम डिभाइस त त्यसको थियो होला होइन. डिभाइस पनि थिएन भन्ने कुरा. भनेपछि अघि एउटा अस्ट्रेलियन मित्रले भन्नुभयो जस्तै अब त्यो चाहिँ साइबर ब्युरोबाट होइन अन्य कार्यालयबाट पनि यहाँ चल्छ नि त. त्यतिखेर त्यो डिभाइस अब के भएको थियो त्यो अहिले हेर्न पनि किन भन्दा हिजो बेलुका कुरा गर्नुभएको थियो. आज दिनभरिमा बिजीमा त्यो हेर्नु बाँकी छ. त्यो किनभने डिभाइसमा त्यो कुराहरू थियो कि थिएन भन्ने कुरा एउटा. त्यो चाहिँ मेनुअलबाट फेरि टेक्नोलोजिकलमा जाने कुरा भयो. अर्को कुरा के भने डिभाइसको लग कम्तीमा पठाइदिनु हो भने त सजिलो हुन्छ नि त. यहाँ ल्यापटप हरायो के हरायो भनेर ल संसारभरि पुलिसले पत्ता लगाउँछ. नेपाल पुलिसले कि त पर्दा नलाउने भन्छ. हामीले डिटेल माग्यो भने यहाँ के आइएसपीहरूले के भन्नुहुन्छ भने राउटर भन्दा बित्तिकै त हामी छिर्नै मिल्दैन भन्नुहुन्छ. यदि छिर्न हुँदैन मिल्दैन भने हामीले डेटा माग्दा के भन्छ हामीलाई चाहिँ ट्रबल भयो भने त भन्नुहुन्छ तपाईँको टिभी पनि चलिरहेछ मोबाइल पनि चलिरहेछ अरू अरू के ग्याजेटहरू चलिरहेछ त कसरी थाहा पाउनुहुन्छ. भन्छ डुएल कुरा त गर्न पाइँदैन नि. र मैले अघि पनि जोडेँ अपराध भयो भने यदि हाम्रो साइबर स्पेस सुरक्षित छैन भने नेपाल सुरक्षित भएन भन्दा तपाईँ पनि यही नेपालको सिटिजन हो. यु आर ग्रोइङ विदिन नेपाल एन्ड बियोन्ड नेपाल. बट टु ब्रिङ दोज trust we have to support government. Government has no that mechanism. अघि पनि मैले भने त्यत्रो सुनामी आउँछ हाम्रो गभर्नमेन्टको डेटा सेन्टरमा. तर त्यो आएको बेलामा यहाँहरूको ट्र्याक सिस्टम होला नि त. आइएसपीसँग त हुन्छ त्यो कुराहरू माने मैले गभर्नमेन्टको त्यो त्यतिखेरको पहुँच थिएन होला अथवा कर्मचारीको पुगेन त्यहाँ क्षमता पुगेन त पनि माने. तर आइएसपीले अर्ली वार्निङ दिन सक्ने अवस्थाहरू छ त. किन हुँदैन त. यहाँहरूको पनि केही कन्ट्रिब्युसन त हुन्छ नि त्यसमा. त्यो दिनुभयो भने र एउटै कुनै निकायले म यो गर्न सक्छु भन्नुभयो कसैले भन्छ भने मैले अघि पनि भने झुटा कुरा हो. यसमा कम्तीमा गभर्नमेन्ट त हुँदै भयो सेक्युरिटी फोर्सेसहरू त हुँदै भयो अथवा सर्भिस एजेन्सीहरू भनौँ. त्यसपछि यो टेक सेक्टरमा काम गर्ने इन्डस्ट्रिजहरू भए एकाडेमियाहरू भए यो सबै एक ठाउँमा नआइकन यो साइबर सेक्युरिटीको अहिले त सबैले प्रायः हामीले एआईको कुरा गर्छौँ. एआई त सुरुवातै भएको छैन. कसले चाहिँ एआई भन्छ भने अहिलेसम्म भनेको द्याट वान इज ओन्ली जेनेरेटिभ एआई. जुन दिन एआई आउँछ अनि म यसरी बोलिराख्दा मैले जोटा बोलेको मभन्दा पहिले रिएक्ट गर्छ मलाई पहिले हान्छ उसले त्यसले गफ दिन्छस् भनेर त्यो हो नि त एआई. होइन अहिले जेमा पनि खालि एआई भनेर जोडियो गुगलले एउटा के ओपन एआई ल्याइदियो दुनियाँले सबैले एआई भन्छ एआई doesn't mean AI. That one is just generating the and collecting some information from the net and producing to us. Thank you.
follow
Yes, please.
क्वेसन गरिहालेँ होइन लको सन्दर्भमा कुरा गरौँ अरू त अब कुनै कति कुराहरू टेक्निकल केपेबिलिटी छैन होला तर लको सम्बन्धमा त एनटिएले बाइलज नै बनाएको छ कि 90 डेजको लग कुनै पनि आइएसपीले डिफाइन गरेको एनटिएले लग चाहिँ राख्नै पर्छ कुनै पनि आइएसपी सानो होस् वा ठुलो होस् तपाईँ जानुहुन्छ लग पाउनुहुन्न एनटिएसँग कोअर्डिनेसन गर्नुहुन्छ कि हुँदैन त्यसको लागि किनभने ल एनटिएसँग त ल छ नि त कि 90 डेज लग यो कुराहरूको राख्नुपर्छ भनेर तर तपाईँ जानुहुन्छ पाउनुहुन्न भने के गर्नुहुन्छ देन वाट्स नेक्स्ट स्टेप यहाँ मलाई कस्तो लागेको छ नि अघि आनन्द सरले भन्नुभएको थियो नि साइलोजमा काम गर्ने क्या सबैजना इन्डिपेन्डेन्ट कोअर्डिनेसनमा काम नगरेर पनि अलिकति यहाँ समस्या भयो कि जस्तो
एकदमै राम्रो क्वेसन गर्नुभयो आनन्द सर एउटा यस्तो व्यक्तित्व हुनुहुन्छ उहाँले पटक पटक पनि मिटिङ राख्नु भएको छ र आनन्द सर पछिको पनि सरहरू हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरूले पनि पटक पटक आइएसपी लगायतका टेल्कोहरूसँग राखेर हामीलाई मिटिङ गराउनुहुन्छ तर मिटिङ भएको मिटिङमा सक्ने बित्तिकै चाहिँ मायो भने यो त अलि छैन सर भनिदिनुहुन्छ समस्या कहाँनिर छ कि त्यही भएर मैले हुन त यो बाहिर अब बोल्ने कुरा नहोला त्यही हिजोको म मात्रै कुरा गर्छु र आज पनि मैले हाम्रो ब्युरो प्रमुखहरूको मिटिङमा मैले यो कुरा राखेँ अब हामी लले पनि के भनेको छ भने यदि अपराध अनुसन्धानमा बाधा पुर्यायो भने अहिलेको मुल्की क्रिमिनल जुन हाम्रो पिनल कोड छ त्यसले अपराध अनुसन्धानमा बाधा पुर्याउनेलाई कारबाही गर्ने भनेको छ अब हामी यसलाई अगाडि नबढाइकन अगाडि बढ्न सक्ने अवस्था भएन तपाईँलाई धेरै राम्रो कुरो क्वेसन उठाउनु भयो 3 महिना मात्र होइन 3 महिनामा साइबर अपराधको अनुसन्धानमा 3 महिना भनेको केही पनि हुने जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई किन भन्नु होला किनभने प्राय एप्लिकेसनहरू जति पनि छ सबै बाहिर जोडिया छ बाहिरको गभर्नमेन्टसँग अथवा बाहिरको एजेन्सीसँग हामीले डेटा ल्याउन हामीलाई कति टाइम लाग्छ इभेन त्यहीँको ल इन्फोर्समेन्ट एजेन्सीलाई तिनीहरूले कति दिन लगाउँछ त्यसपछि आइसकेपछि अनि बल्ल हामीले नेपालको भनौँ न आइएसपीदेखि लगायत टेल्कोहरूसँग डेटा माग्नुपर्ने हुन्छ त्यतिखेरसम्म 3 महिना त गइसक्यो हुन्छ त्यसपछि हामीसँग लग छैन भनिदिनुहुन्छ इभेन इमर्जेन्सीमा माग्दा पनि छैन भन्नुहुन्छ 3 महिना त धेरै भयो भनेपछि यस्तो अवस्थाहरूमा हाम्रो जुन रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी छ होइन बिजनेस गर्नुहोस् बिजनेस ग्रो भएन भने गभर्नमेन्ट कसरी ग्रो हुन्छ र तर बिजनेस गर्दाखेरि सेक्युरिटीको र यहाँहरूको पनि केही रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटीहरू त छ नि त अहिले त के देखिएको छ भने आइएसपी मात्रै होइन मैले दुईवटा कुरा जोड्दैछु आइएसपी एन्ड ब्याङ्किङ सेक्टर इभेन दे आर अल्सो नट एबल टु प्रोभाइड द टेक्निकल एभिडेन्स टेक्निकल हामीलाई त एभिडेन्सै भन्छौँ यहाँहरूले चाहिँ अब अभिलेख भन्नु होला त्यो अभिलेख जसले हामीलाई अथवा त्यो लग जसले हामीलाई चाहिँ इन्भेस्टिगेसन गर्नलाई सजिलो बनाओस् त्यही भएर यो दुईटै पक्षको लागि चाहिँ कसरी चाहिँ अलिकति कोअर्डिनेट गरेर अगाडि बढ्न सकिन्छ त्यसको बारेमा अझै अलिकति राम्रैसँग बसेर कुरा गर्नुपर्छ हजुर थ्याङ्क यू यस प्लिज
Hello, sir. My name is Swapnil. I am an APNIC community trainer. I did a workshop recently for 5 days. And my question to you primarily is, firstly, very appreciative of the fact that you are engaging with the NOG community, because I come from the security background, and I think it is a very critical element that law enforcement is collaborating with network operator groups. Now, my question specifically is in the context of how much do you think the Nepal CERT computer emergency response team is also playing an important role in the context of educating users in Nepal with respect to the various incidents? And in the statistics that you showed, how many of those incidents were actually directly from citizens and how many of them came from the Nepal CERT? Would love to get some insights there.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. But sadly, I have to say that there is not even single incident NP CERT has reported to us. It's all from victim, and the numbers you have seen, this online child sexual abuse, we are the one who is coordinating throughout the globe and identify. In some cases, even their guardians are reluctant to report. But we are the one who identify these cases, and then we have to convince the victims first to get the report, we say FIR, Zahiri, and then only we lost these cases. So yes, we have CERT, But as I mentioned earlier, like not even CERT, not even the ISP, yes, they are supporting. We are here because of their support, but not at that much as your question relates. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
So many questions. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Roy, for the enlightening presentation on the crime log analysis. It's crucial to understand the trend and pattern of in crime data to ensure the safety and security of our community. Okay, now we are going to the next session. So the next session will be presented by Mr. Gaurav Chopra. He is the product specialist of Cisco system, and he is going to give presentation on routed optical networking. Please welcome Mr. Gaurav.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Saurabh Chopra. I lead the IP and optical architectures for India, Nepal, and SAARC countries. So I'll be today discussing about a topic in the networking which correlates So I mean, a lot of insightful sessions we have had since morning, and there are few things which I have observed has come out as crux of it, right? So one thing is how we are actually doing Nepal Operators Group coming together, converging together to bring the efficiency, right? And then we discussed about the npIX, how the npIX is bringing the efficiency in terms of local handoff of the traffic instead of and reducing the basically internet traffic. Then Mr. Ananda discussed about the convergence part of it, how IP is converging all the different technologies together on a single solution. So convergence is one of the things which I have since morning in all the sessions observed is one of the key punchline here. And second thing in the data hub discussion, which Mr. Deepak discussed, one key thing which came out as the sustainability, the power. Power is a key concern and key requirement to run the show, basically the infrastructure for ISPs and data centers. And then third thing which came out is the quality of service, right? How can we deliver better quality of service to our customers? So in my presentation, when I talk about routed optical networking, it's no different. We are covering the same aspect of convergence. We are discussing the same aspect of sustainability, basically the power reduction and delivering new services, bringing that capabilities to the ISPs to deliver new services. So when we talk about convergence, what we're talking about in the routed optical networking, today we have different layers of network. When we talk about any core network, we talk about different layers, right? We have optical layer where we have photonics layer where we have ROADMs, transponders. Then we have OTN layer. Then on the top of that, we have IP layer. So basically there are three layers. And more or less, there is a redundant functionality that all these layers bring together. Ultimate aim is to deliver the customer service, but we are maintaining three different layers, and we need to ensure that all these three layers are gelled together. They have three different management planes. They have their own spare management, asset management, and ultimately this leads to higher OpEx, right? Apart from the high CapEx, it leads to high OpEx also because we have different teams to manage the show and to troubleshoot and all those things. We have to manage these three different layers. And what we're talking about here is we are bringing up an aspect that there are multiple layers in the network. And when we talk about convergence, why not converging these three layers also together? So now when we talk about why now we are discussing about convergence of these layers, what is enabling us? So there is significant shift which has happened in the technology domain, which has actually driven this convergence. And for that convergence, this is the right time. First thing is we have the packet, the routing platforms have chipsets, and those chipsets have evolved to significant high capacities, like from 3.2 terabits to 25.6 terabits in a single chipset. So today we have like 36 port of 400 gig or 14.4 tera on a single slot. And tomorrow it is going to be 28 tera with 800 gigs. So in a single slot, that much of capacity is going to be available, right? So that is one thing which has evolved significantly. And second thing, on the optical side, we are currently having in a traditional way, big chassis, single slot giving 100 gig. Now that has evolved to a single small optics which goes to that router slot giving 400 gig. And that 400 gig can go unamplified 80 kilometers, amplified thousands of kilometers, right? So this optics can directly go to that routing chipset, which is on a line card, and then we can converge both the layers together that we discussed in the previous slide. And the most important thing is that once we do that, we are actually doing a lot of cost optimization in terms of CapEx, in terms of OpEx, be it power, be it rack space, be it the management effort that is required to manage the show and delivering new services. We'll discuss how. So what we are talking about is that instead of managing multiple layers, have single layer, integrate optical on that single layer, and basis the ACG research, the CapEx savings and OpEx savings are described here in overall TCO savings of 46%. And these are general numbers. These can be even higher depending upon network to network. And that is the benefit that we are talking about here for the operators. How this is happening, how we are saving this. So this is the way today we run the network in a traditional way. We have a router, we have an optics on the router, then there is a cable that goes to the transponder optical system. That transponder connects to the line side colored, and then finally it goes to the fiber and ROADM. That is the way today we are running the show. What we are talking about, eliminate these layers. We are saying we have optics available 400 gig today. We have routers available with 400 gig line cards directly. You can plug in those colored optics on the routers and you can run the show. And this will do a lot of savings, not only from the CapEx, but also from the OpEx perspective, because you save a lot of power, you save a lot of space. And not only that, you save a lot of money in the CapEx part of it. And this is the way the management works. You have different layers, and every layer has its own management plane, right? So anytime you face first of all, to run a service, you have to gel all these sealed layers together. There is a complexity. You require different skill sets to manage the show. What we are saying is that have this single layer of IP, terminate the optics on that, and a single unified plane. And that your single unified plane is not only going to take the routing decision, the traffic routing decision based on the IP, but it is also going to take care of the routing from optical parameters also. So optical and IP, both parameters combined together, will be doing the routing functionality, and there will be a unified management plane. So how we are simplifying the complete network. So the simplicity aspects come into it because we have that capability now available. It used to be 10 years back, 15 years back, this technology was evolving, and today it has matured enough, and the operators can take benefit from it. So ultimately what we are talking about, routers, optics, and simply you have modern software which is based on the segment routing, MPLS. I think one gentleman discussed about the some of the specifics about how convergence can be improved on IP using BFD and other protocols. Definitely those things are available on it, and you can leverage the benefit of that. And the most important thing I want to highlight is the power part of it. Because we are eliminating a lot of layers from, in between, we have a lot of power savings which come into the picture. And what I've understood, power is a key constraint that not only impacts the OpEx, but even if you're willing to pay money, you need to have that much of load in the infrastructure to be available, which is again a challenge. So this will help in reducing that part also. So this is one of the nationwide core network which we have done the simulation on, and we have compared two different approaches. One is the traditional approach, which is there at the top layer, and bottom is the routed optical network. Apart from the benefits of CapEx and OpEx, one of the key benefits that we have also understood is that from an operator's perspective, one of the important parameters is the fiber. Operator wants to extract maximum capacity from a fiber before they have to lay another fiber core pair. That's the most expensive asset. In traditional way of deployment, you have to block a lot of wavelengths. I'll not go into the technical details, but as a layman, you have to block a lot of wavelengths for the restoration paths. But because in the routed optical network, you're doing everything hop by hop, you don't have to do any wavelength blocking. Every capacity you can extract, which is available in the C band of fiber, you can extract. And then in crux, the summary is that with routed optical networking, from a single fiber pair, you can extract more capacity when you talk about as an overall network. So CapEx, OpEx, power savings, and extraction of maximum capacity from the fiber. So these are some of the key important parameters to consider, which can benefit the ISPs, operators. And definitely these are some of the parameters like power space, which we have already discussed, OpEx and CapEx. And ACG Research has published a white paper which talks about the CapEx and OpEx savings we have discussed. So in the OpEx, they have they've considered a lot of parameters, right? Not only power, rack space, but they've also considered the technical services support, the internal teams that will be required to manage different layer versus a single layer on the routed optical networking, right? So there are a lot of parameters which comes as part of OpEx infrastructure and other things which do participate as part of the OpEx, and there is a huge saving on that part. And that leads to a lot of saving. Now the question is that all operators, all service providers, they have their network already there. What do they need to do? How they can take the benefit from this? There is already a network which is existing. If there is a greenfield network, no problem. Simply have a router, have optics, just start running it hop by hop as routed optical network, good to go, no problem. But considering that there is an existing DWDM network, you cannot simply remove that network today and start building a new network, right? The approach for that is you can take a step-by-step approach, and that step-by-step approach we'll discuss in the later slide. Today, what we do is that we have router, then we have transponder, then we have ROADMs, which we discussed. What we say is that routers have pluggables. You don't need transponders. Wherever you deploy new services, deploy those pluggables right on the routers themselves, right? And use ROADMs. You can run them as alien wavelengths, use ROADMs, run the show. So first saving will come from there. You don't have to touch anything in the network. Just new services, you can do the pluggables. Second thing is that the OTN services which you are running on the network, DWDM, you can start running them on the routers because they are capable of doing that. Third thing, after you have successfully tested, migrated the transponder functionality on the routers, you have shifted the services, you can think about removing the final line-side layer, which is ROADM, and have hop-by-hop network architecture. And then you have a final end state, which we are talking about, a network which gives you high capacity, as well as the savings. And the most important thing is that once you have convergence happening, as I'll just quickly go back to the previous slide. Once we have this convergence happening, there is one important aspect which you also will be able to do is delivering new types of services. Since now everything is running on IP, now there is no dependency on other layers. How about, sir discussed about security aspect? How about if someone comes some enterprise comes or some government organization comes to you and say that, okay, I need connectivity from you, but give me the most secured network. Secured means the encrypted network. With this type of network, once you have, because routers have, now the control plane is extremely at one plane. There are no three control planes, there is one control plane. And that control plane knows which of my links are encrypted. For this enterprise, only these links I'll be using. And these links will be end-to-end encrypted. Second could be someone comes and says, I want low latency services, right? Some enterprise comes, say, I want low latency services. Or for mobility, as you move ahead to for 5G. 5G has one of the very good use case for enterprise customers as low latency services. Those also you can be delivered by using the slicing functionality on the routers. So not only CapEx, not only OpEx, not only infrastructure savings, but also delivering new services is one of the outcomes which you will achieve evolving to this type of architecture. So I think we have already discussed the cost saving factors. We have chipsets available which support high capacity, and with those chipsets, the cost per 100 gig is significantly reducing. That is one of the cost saving factors. We have pluggables which can support colored long distance wavelengths at a much cheaper cost. That is another cost saving factors. And third one is we are doing hop by hop architecture. We are simplifying to a single plane. So that is where the overall saving comes into the picture. And in the end, I'll summarize it. So we've already discussed the benefits that because of the industry evolution, which is happening both in terms of chipsets and optics, this is the right time to consider this approach and take steps to evolve to this final architecture, where not only you do a lot of CapEx, OpEx savings, but also deliver new services. And, at the end of the day, have a very simplified network, which is capable to run all types of services. And you don't end up into a lot of teams managing different types of network. You have a single network, single team to manage the whole show. So that's it from my side. Any questions from you? Please let me know. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Saurabh Chopra. If you have any question, you can also ask during the tea break also. So we are going to the next session. Our next session is focus IPv6 insight in the APNIC region. I'd like to request Mr. Jimmy Dorje, who is an Internet Resource Analyst from APNIC. Please come.
Hello. Maybe I'll try to keep this short so that we can have a longer panel discussion next. So I'll just straight away go to the stats and all that. So basically, I'll be talking about the stats in our region. So maybe just to start off, I think, as you all know, that IPv4 is exhausting. So as per our stats, the IPv4 at APNIC is currently at 99.5%. So if we follow the current delegation stat, it won't last maybe by the end of this year. So it might be a little, maybe a nudge towards maybe going to your IPv6. But there are good news. I think the IPv6 readiness in the world went from 17 in 2008 until 35 in 2023. And the three major leaders in those regions are from our region, like we have India, Sri Lanka, and Nepal from the Asia Pacific, Southern Asia. So I think India has around 79.33%, Sri Lanka with 53.32%, and Nepal following with 37.5%. So just to go into each country, I think India is led by Reliance, which they started. And if you can see, I think Bharati, Airtel, and Vodafone maybe joined in later. So that's a good sign that at least somebody is pushing. So hopefully in other regions, we see something of that sort too. Like in Sri Lanka, they just have the dialogue at the moment. And with our Nepal, it's just a world thing at the moment. So hopefully we would have some other bigger ISP pulling or putting weight in there. Now in Nepal, I think if you see the stats of the whole Nepal and with WorldLink, it's kind of where the start is the same. I think it started somewhere around 2020 and gradually went up to 35%. I think WorldLink in Nepal has 51% of this would be the success story in of IPv6. So WorldLink says that it serviced 51% of its customers in Nepal. And similar, we have other providers in India and Sri Lanka with their own success story. How can APNIC help? Getting IP addresses from APNIC is very, very easy. If you are an APNIC member, you can always log into your portal, and then there's a one-click option where you can get your IPv6. Just to clarify, if you are an APNIC member, if you hold IPv4 addresses, you would be eligible to get IPv6. Either if you're having a /23, you would have a /24, /48 of IPv6 at no cost. So there would be no extra cost there. So maybe that could be a driving force to get your IPv6, maybe play around with it so that later on gradually you can deploy those. So that could be a start if you want to. I'll be sitting there in the service desk, and I'll be there the whole day. If you do need my help with IPv6, please drop by at the service desk. Technical support. Now, here, I might not be as technical as some of my colleagues there would be. So if you do have, you want to deploy IPv6, we do provide technical support. Technical support in the sense, something like the NOC, the training we had, the 5 days training we had at Royal Sige Hotel. We have our trainers there who gave the training on IPv6. Similar to that, if you have missed that, but you still want some technical assistance, we have our subject matter expert. If you go to our academy website and then you register there, you would find either one of the trainers available, and then you can always schedule a time frame with them, and then maybe have them, maybe the plan might have to come with you, but they might be the one who would be advising you on how to go about it. And that technical assistant can either be remote or can be face-to-face. And financially, like I said, yeah, we do offer our /48 free of cost with within /23. But other financial opportunities would be our foundation and our Information Society Innovation Fund. Sadly, the 2023 fund is already under review. So I think some of the recipient of 2022 were Boom in Micronesia, from Tonga and all that. But if you keep an eye on the ISIF Asia website, they might soon open up the fund. So if you do want to deploy your IPv6, maybe if you're looking for a fund, I think that would be it. And I think that's about it from me. Like I said, I'll be at the service desk. If you do need any help or anything regarding anything member service, please drop by. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorji, for your valuable insight on the IPv6 in the APNIC region. It's crucial for us to stay updated on the latest development on IP addressing. Coming up next, I would like to address that we have an insightful panel discussion on accelerating IPv6 adoption in Nepal. This session will be moderated by Dr. Baburam Duwari, a respected professor from IOE. Dr. Duwari, with his vast knowledge and expertise, will guide us throughout this important topic. And I would like to encourage all the participants to ask questions during the panel discussion. Mr. Duwari, the floor is yours.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Baburam Dawadi, currently working as a academician. I'm working as an assistant professor at the Institute of Engineering Pulcho campus. And I think this is a very nice time here. I'm very happy to be here with you all to conduct one sessions that is related to accelerating IPv6 deployment in the context of Nepal, because since last 5 days, we are talking about all about ISP, network operations, configurations, management, focusing on IPv6 network implementation too. Since we see that in our recent previous presentations also, Mr. Dorji has presented us about the worldwide IPv6 status coming up to Asia and up to the Nepalese context also. So that scenario, that glimpse of the status shows us that we are really lacking. Not only us, but throughout the world, the status of IPv6 deployment is somehow lacking behind because it has already more than 20 years that it has started the deployment process, but the adoption rate is not that much expected by the world. So in this context, we know that we have different technologies to implement with our networking and telcos infrastructures, like we have to move on from 4G to 5G. We have to move on from IPv4 to IPv6. We have to move on from like recently Mr. Chopra told us that RON network, routed network. We have to move on to since TDM network to IP network migration. So many things we have in front of us to talk about the different technologies. So in this context, the context may raise on how the industries adopt those technologies because of the matter is like we have a huge investment. We need to have a huge investment to implement, to migrate our network into the next generation or current or new generations networking technologies, in which IPv6 is one of the main and then important networking and then protocol or addressing infrastructures in which we have to adopt because of lack of IPv4 address. The one thing is like our enemy is, what I feel is like our enemy is NAT. Because of NAT, still the world is running with IPv4. So that NAT makes us still live with existing IPv4. Otherwise, I know that I think around 2011 February, npNOG already announced that the IPv4 address for Asia region had already been exhausted. In 2011, it was exhausted. That's why the thing is now we have to move on with a parallel mode, like running existing users with IPv4 and adopt IPv6. So in this context, I would like to invite the panelists today in this stage. The first panelist is like Indra Raj Bosnet. He's the manager and research and development, Subisu CableNet Limited. I would like to invite him in this class. So today's our second panelist is Ramesh Kafle, Chief Technical Officer of Fastlink Communications. I would like to invite him on the dais. Then next one panelist is Mr. Bimalesh Shah, manager from Nepal Telecom. I would like to invite him on the dais. So next one is our Raju Chalise, Principal Network Engineer, Worldlink Communications. I would like to invite him on the dais. So the next one, last but not the least, I would like to invite Warren Fins, Senior Network Analyst Trainer from npNOG8. Please. So for the rest of the coming, mostly I think we will have a one hour of the sessions max we run. During this moment, we already knew that the status of IPv6 deployment worldwide. Looking back into the status, I got from the Akamai report that there are some of the countries who was running with 100% and some countries who have IPv6 capability is less is 0.1%. So, but from the country's perspective, Nepal here, we are running almost 36%. Then we can see that Australia 30%, China 22%. So world adaptation is from ethnic report, we have already seen that almost 35%. That means Nepal is running with the world's rate. I mean, 35% is almost the world's status. Then Nepal is also on the line of 35%. America is 42%. Asia in total is almost 40%. So in this context, the peak IPv6 traffic, you can see from the Akamai status is almost 41 terabits per second in last 2022. Then daily IPv6 request is almost greater than 4 trillion per days, where IPv6 address observed per day is almost 7.5 billion across 2.2 billion per /64 prefixes. So in this context, the major concerns we are going to talk here is like, how is it, what are the contexts, and then what are the difficulties, what are the challenges, then how the world is like supporting for the worldwide network migrations. Then in the context of Nepal, then what the government should do, what the ISPs or operators should do, then what the academia or industries should have to play with to adopt these new technologies. So I think I have to start from the foreign, right? The cost concern is like, we know, looking back into the first startup, maybe there was 2008, the first target that worldwide IPv6 migrations should complete like this. But it started like 2008, then delayed. Till now, we are in 2023, but we achieved almost 35% worldwide status. So from the ethnic perspective, definitely in the yesterday's presentation also you talk about, then today's presentation also Mr. Dorji talk about that, the status, and then what the ethnic is going on, what the ethnic is supporting on, what the ethnic is supporting, and then technically plus from policy perspective also for the IP implementations. But the thing is, since last 20 years, more than last 20 years, we are talking about migrations, right? So we want to know, particularly from the ethnic or world side, what do you feel that, what is the major hurdles that leads to the kind of like a slow adaptations of IPv6 implementation worldwide?
In regards to IPv6 migration or adoption, I think the problem is that as businesses, we are wanting to make money. And if you don't need to change anything and you're already making money, then you won't invest time, energy to do that. So that is one of the issues. And as a developing country, those countries that connected to the internet first, they were able to get access to IPv4 quite easily. Whereas a developing country doesn't have that opportunity. That's where you could outpace the developed countries by adopting IPv6 because you save money. Look at your neighbor, India. One of the largest providers chose that option because it was too expensive to go the IPv4 route. From an APNIX point of view, we're here to support you to do that and promote it. Obviously, we're a regional internet registrar and we offer IP addresses. Financially, we give it to you as part of your IPv4 allocation. So it's not going to cost you any extra unless you go for a larger block. but you get a lot more for your membership money by going IPv4 and IPv6. Training wise, it's rinse and repeat. Every year we deliver multiple IPv6 trainings to multiple network operator groups. The engineers get skilled, but then they never get a chance to implement it when they go back to work. They understand it a little bit better. And then by the time they come to a project, they've forgotten the basics and they have to do the training again.
Right. Yeah, thank you very much. So let's move on to the, let's say, ISP side, particularly from the Nepalese context. I want to just ask the questions like, first, we just have one questions, then we open up the questions from the floor also. So from the ISP side, let's have a questions to Indraji. Maybe you are one of the, because CBC is one of the leading ISPs plus network service provider also. So maybe you talk about the particularly Nepalese context, the historical perspective, how that we adapt, how that you are adapting the IPv6 network. Then the thing is, the important part is like, what is the major hurdles you are facing while deploying the IPv6 network into your network infrastructures?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the interesting question. Actually, there are two parts on the question, how we have started to adopt the IPv6, first part. So actually, IPv6 adaptation, for IPv6 adaptation, we can talk in two ways. One is in core side and one is towards customer side. So in core side, we have, we as a ISP has started IPv6 at 2008 itself. So IPv6 is already deployed in our core and prefix. We can see the global prefix, IPv6 prefix in a global route from 2008 itself. So we can say we are already ready. We were ready since 2008 for IPv6 network, but for traffic access, ultimately customer need to fetch the traffic from IPv6 network, and for that, up to customer end network should be IPv6 ready. So before going to the customer network, I remember the IPv6 deployment in one of similar event hosted in Pokhara in 2011. So at that time, we have run the IPv6 in the similar type of program also. So that was hosted in Pokhara at 2011. So and we have conducted lots of training, and ultimately now we are in the phase of adaptation of 35 to 40% in Nepal. So what are the hurdles that we are facing are actually, I want to again segregate the network in three parts. One is customer side, that is CPE. So CPE should be ready for IPv6 adaptation. One part. There are various type of CPE. CPE in they are being used from the providers or from the at the customer locations, and every CPE are not IPv6 ready. One of the major hurdle. So second part is distribution network. Distribution network, more of the device can support, but proficiency is needed there. So whether IPv6 is supported or but is it configured on the backbone side or distribution side, that is another challenge. So how IPv6 works, or what is the technology behind those things need to be considered. Like for IPv6, it works in multicast. It is technical thing. And is the multicast is transportable on your distribution network? That may be the one question. Why? So that may be another challenge. And another thing is core side. So core side means gateway for CPE, basically. So at the gateway side, is it planned and configured properly, and have what we can say, have we planned to support in such a scale to support IPv6 and to process the IPv6 packet? So is our network ready for that? Those three things are major major challenge, I think. So I think these things will clarify more, and we can discuss more on these particular 3 point later also. Thank you.
Okay, I think, yeah, maybe we can add this part with the, maybe from Rajuji, because Worldlink Communication is the largest, currently the largest ISP of Nepal, and almost 79% IPv6, we can see the adoption there. So going on up to the 79 or almost 80% of adaptation status, then just share with us about your experience, starting from the, the technology readiness to the hurdles and to the status up to the, like you talk about CPE issues. What is your experience from the Worldlink perspective?
Yeah, thank you, sir, for your nice question. So we actually started testing IPv6 in our lab around 2018 May. And then 2 years of the span that we managed to roll it out, and today we 70-80% of penetration in IPv6. So this actually had a long journey, and actually we struggle among different vendors. Like he talked about different CPs. Actually, most of the ISPs operator IPv6 is already ready if it is able to transport the multicast. And it's a simple thing that with a single knob, you can enable multicast in all of your switches or routers. It's pretty easy to configure. But the only thing that you need to consider and what you need to design well is how your access concentrator, mostly the BNGs and the CP, what is their behavior? So routing part, you have that much sort of challenges. It's about configuring the BGP neighbors and your forwarding your upstreamers. But the only thing is that how your is behaving on particular DHCP v6 RFC. So DHCP v4, if we take, it's pretty simple. Yeah, it's nothing. Not much messages. You can easily go with the DORA process, then continuing with the renewal. But in terms of DHCP v6, you need to know the whole protocol flow, how exactly the IP stocks would behave. So if you go with the RFC, there are lots of RFC. Actually, some vendor follows 315, some vendor follows 8415 up to recent. So if you don't study those RFC and you just go on deploying CPv6, DHCP or IPv6 in your network, at certain point of time, you may encounter a very weird scenario where it will lead to a very weird kind of problem in your network. Actually, we struggled through that one. And let me to tell you that this 78%, 79% had arrived at this situation after very rigorous round of troubleshooting and very repeated rounds of dialogue with the multi-vendors. So what I suggest is you need to test in your lab. You need to go through the protocols. You need to understand the RFC. Because if I have to say you that, let's say your BNG is from one vendor and another CP is from vendor, because mostly ISPs, they work on multi-vendor scenario. So one ISP following one RFC and another vendor following another RFC. So even on same RFC standard, if they go for 8415, so it has DHCP v6 RFC, it's a very confusing one. But if you're exactly you want to transpose masses between CP and BNG. So some will prefer single exchange of masses. Some will prefer multiple exchange of masses, just for the initial handshake. Yes. So there has to be the balance in all of these things, so that whatever your BNG is following, it should be inherited by CP. So it is very difficult to get the CP and BNG of two same vendor, though we have options, but we need to make sure that whatever RFC and the design that two devices are going to follow, that is crucial one, because at the core, what you need is the basic functionality of IPv6 running well.
Yeah, that means
Without
the-
that,
Yeah.
you will have the penetration, but ultimately your customer will suffer,
Right.
because they will not have the stable session. So
Understand.
this is how we actually learned it, and still I would like to give emphasis that all of the operator, we have to be very, very tech savvy. We have to learn lots of things, because the vendor, who actually provides you the equipment, they will claim that they are following this RFC and they are as per RFC. Means we cannot blame that they are doing wrong with certain points, because what they are going to tell you is, I am following this RFC, I am following this clause. Why your next vendor is not?
Yeah,
So
thank you.
this
That's,
is where
that's valid point, because this is a concern of, like, that the device, probably we have to see through the regulatory perspective also, like a device type approval, the category or types of devices.
yes, sir,
we have
exactly.
to, like, because
Exactly.
we
What we need is, what we exactly expect from these all types of workshop is, we need to really evaluate the scenario that if you have to deploy the IPv6, what will be the optimal solution? Means how you should go with your BNGs, how you should go with your CPs. Means these are certified with diesel kind of masses flow.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's come to Ramesh, because he is from outside of Bali. So far, I have none. He's providing the services from outside of Bali. Definitely, there might be something maybe different, providing the services outside of the valley and inside of the valley, or I mean, like urban areas and providing services to rural areas too. So in this context, we want to know from your side, because most of the problems are already highlighted from the ISP. What are the hurdles, then customer size, then equipment management, etc. So what do you think? What is your experiences of running or deploying IPv6 and providing the services from your ISP network?
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई खासमा मैले चाहिँ नेपालीबाटै भन्न लागेँ है
Okay.
मलाई अलिकति कम्फर्ट हुन्छ म पनि यो आइएससी फिल्डमा चाहिँ मोर देन 10 इयर्स चाहिँ अहिले काम गरिरहेको छु हामीले भ्याली बाहिर चाहिँ लगभग आजभन्दा 5 वर्ष अगाडि नै IPv6 इम्प्लिमेन्ट गरेर